So everything is okay. So now you're gonna stay in a waiting room on Zoom and at 10:30 French time. So in soon half an hour, we will be the round table will be able to
live from Montpellier. Madam the President of the Region Occitanie, Secretary General, the President of La Tribune, ladies and gentlemen, I am very, very happy to welcome you here today inside the Faculty of Law of the University of Montpellier. And I have the honor of being the Dean. The university has almost 800 years of functioning, so I'm very happy to welcome you here today. Thank you very much for being here today. It is a way of recognizing of what is the French university, about the freedom of the academy, the transmission of knowledge, and to have critical ideas. And it's also about the Republican merit, and it's about public services who transmit the equality of chances and the gender equality. This university has almost 6,000 students. We have 46 women who are teachers and lecturers and professors. And we have almost the same amount of men who are professors and lecturers. So we have a gender equality, but this has been a long work. The women have got their bachelor in 61. 30 years later, only 12 women got to do and got to have their bachelor degree. So to be clear, 3% by then got to go to the university. And still, they couldn't go to the university on their own. So they would go to the University of Paris, and one of the first students who got to go to the university, when she arrived, she could not go inside the university because she had to be accompanied by another person, a man. So we had to wait 1917 to have the first woman becoming a doctor in law, and we would like to honor her memory today. This woman was as brilliant as her brother, who became the dean of the University of Médecine in Montpellier. This woman got invited by her masters to become then a professor. And they wanted her, and she also wanted to be presented in the board of directors of the university by then. This has taken a lot of time. Our faculty got a female leadership. We have a Sapienza here that you can see on stage. By me, reign justice. What is the relation between this image and the place of women throughout centuries? We have been living in a patriarchal society, and we have an empowerment which is very recent. The 21st century should be very careful when we say and we talk about religion. This century has to be more feminine. So women for future is what I say. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this beautiful university here in Montpellier, in Occitanie. Madam President, hello. I am Sophie Morin. I am the president of Commitment in La Tribune. And La Tribune is organizing this day. La Tribune was created 10 years ago. And Women for Future has been created 10 years ago. La Tribune is a newspaper who's committed really into societal topics. It was time to act on women actions. We will talk today with Mr. Tortora about it today. We will be talking about women inside the redaction of La Tribune in terms of editorial line. We want to have a certain line in our publishments and publications. We want to talk about women who are self-employed, women who are managers. And we have organized also an event about Women for Future in Paris, and we have created a podcast which is called Les Héritières. We have every month women who talk about their own path, and the podcast is dedicated to other women and also to men, of course. So we want to say that we talk about women in La Tribune every day. We wanted also to tell you that we win victories. And not a long time ago, finally, the representation wanted to elect a woman at the presidents of the Assembly and the Senate. It doesn't look very important, but it really is. We have seen that the women's rights are put into a lot of doubts because of the crisis. It is when we have a crisis that we notice that women's rights go back and backward. For example, we can see it with the right for abortion. And what I wanted to tell you this morning is that I wanted to welcome you and wish you a very good day and tell you that the right for women and gender equality in professional topic is really the part of my life and the topic of my life. And my house is La Tribune. Thank you very much. Hello, dear Carol Delga, Madam Princess, Madam elected members. We can applaud them and all of them today. Thank you, Mr. Dean, to welcome you in your university. We have met here so much good energies from women from all Europe, Africa, Maghreb. And this makes me optimist when it comes to defend the rights of the Republic. And I've seen here determined women. And I believe that here in Occitania, it takes all the sense to defend and to pursue this fight for right women, because I believe that women from Mediterranean area have common points and should work on a lot of topics about environment, about transition, about social rights. And I believe that women can be an engine to this movement. So I think for this morning about my grandmothers. I am a child from the Mediterranean. I was born in Morocco. My father was Algerian. My family a part of my family came from Spain and fought against the government by the time. So I really believe in rebuilding the capacity of welcoming here in Occitania. So this region is a region who gave itself the chance to to really share those values. And the mission of our journal, La Tribune, is to be at the service of men and women. So today, this is what we will contribute to doing, to do and to make sure that everyone has their chance. And I really know how much the President does efforts in that sense, and please applause to her.
I just want to thank the whole team of women that worked with me and honor them. Sofia Ivora for her daily work. I want to thank Sandrine Martinez, who is the regional director in La Tribune Occitania. Also thank our president, who was named 3 years ago, Delphine Chen, who is the president of La Tribune Africa. And also, of course, all those women from the Tribune in London, our journalist in Montpellier, and also the whole team of the event, Claire, Pauline, and all those who prepared this event. And a very big thank you to a woman we had to convince, because she's organized some G20, G7s in the whole world. And it's been a lot of years since I've started to convince her that the most important region in the world is Occitania. So she had come in Saint-Bertrand-de-Comminges a few years ago, which was a really big step. And I explained her that from now on, Montpellier, with all its history and the Mediterranean area, there were hosted the biggest cities in the world. So our vocation as the Tribune is to offer a tribune to the woman. So I'm not going to talk for a long time about my vision of Mediterranean. So I will let's speak women today, and I want her to give their voice. They were not planned on the program, but this day is for all the women, and they will take the place of head of the Tribune for a few minutes. I'm calling Sofia Calucci. They will open the day and welcome you. Hello, everyone. I'm very emotionated to be here today. Thank you, Jean-Christophe Thorat, for this surprise. Thank you all to give us the occasion to tell you how much we love you, women. Personally, I've decided to dedicate my life to the women. I'm the president of the Africa's House, and also other subsidiaries who show the example. And this famous woman who wrote the Declaration of Women's Rights, it's really important to remind it. It's important today to recall when you see what's happening to our neighbors. I'm thinking of my sister who lives in the United States. It's important to continue to fight. Nothing is ever won. So I want to thank La Tribune, because there are little media that are committed in this topic. And let us speak and give ourselves the voice, being able to transmit the value of education, equality, and fraternity, brotherhood. So not only the declaration of man and the citizen, but it's also man and woman. So I just want to say welcome to Montpellier, one of the most solidary cities of France. Hello, everybody. Thank you for letting me talk this morning. I'm sorry for my voice. I'm a little bit sick. I participate in this event, Women in the Future, because I'm from France and Morocco. So this is the bridge between my two cultures, of which I'm very proud. I'm also very sensitive to the subjects such as women, entrepreneurship, all the topics that were talked about yesterday and today. I'm very honored to participate in this round table that will gather all those rich women and inspiring women in such a warm context yesterday and today. And I want to thank you again and wish you a great day and a very good networking. Hello, my name is Azili Zalmi. I bear projects at the Méditerranée, which is an incredible association founded by Moussa Camara, who helps tomorrow's entrepreneurs to bring projects. And the objective is to help them develop the project and network to be able to create an ecosystem very interesting in entrepreneurship. My project talks about women and wants to make women talk and speaks. I'm a photographer and I want to create therapeutic shootings about self-esteem and the perception of the body's image, and also to question what the society shows us and impacts the body image of the woman. So, because our body is the way we connect with people, so it's an extremely necessary media, which must be glorified, valued. And when we are women, I was talking about that yesterday with Giselle, when we are women, well, our body doesn't belong to us. He's the vector of a lot of things that don't belong to us. So this is my objective. So that women are aware that their body is incredible, and I want to give them back their self-esteem.
Thank you to all of you. It makes us feel good from early in the morning. Now it's time to welcome the President of the region, Mrs. Carol Delga. Hello to all of you. First of all, thank you, Mr. the Dean of University, to welcome us in this beautiful place of knowledge in Montpellier. Of course, when I say Montpellier, I also say hello to the Secretary President and to the Mayor, Mr. Delafosse. So thank you to Jean-Christophe to organize this event. For all of us women and for all of us men in Occitania, it is an honor. Thank you to the team of La Tribune, who got to be surrounded by women of talent. This is when we recognize the quality of the leaders. Thank you to Mrs. Her Royal Highness the Princess and all the presidents who are here today, who continue this path in order to put women at the honor and women of Mediterranean area of the honor. We're happy to be associated to La Tribune in order to really highlight Occitania, which is a region of 6 million of inhabitants. It is the vastest region of France, and also about the European region. So it is a region of which I am the president for the second time. And I have two objectives: for the region to be inclusive and to transmit positive climate, so that everyone can find their own place and own spot in this region. Of course, thanks to the French Republic, but also thanks to the positive energy that we can convey about, for example, the energetic transition. All that correspond to reality in order to transmit trust. Because we know that a lot of topics are worrying us. For example, the health crisis, which continues still today. Also for the global warming. So it is important to know and to prove that capacity of changes and transformation exist, and that we can convey a positive message that transformation is something that is important and will ask us a lot of mobilization. I also want to highlight the possibility of gathering people, and not in terms of rupture between people. To be an inclusive region means that we want everyone to find their own place and fight discrimination, and especially for women to have the possibility of realizing themselves. So, Occitania is the homeland of Olympe de Gouges. It was Montauban, exactly. We have implemented initiatives that aim to empower women and to protect women. I am in a position which is a little bit different than the position of protecting women. It is about iconoclast position, so yeah, it is important. And I believe that the important is to be coherent and to have a credibility while we continue being humble and determined. And I really believe that it is essential to talk about empowerment, because I don't want to present women as victims. I want them to be shown as conquerors. Because I am very, very prompt to this message. And I believe that we can climb mountains. Of course, we have to talk about violence, about physical violence, sexual violence, also to talk about the inequality, about the wages between men and women, or women and men. But in order to fight this fight, we have to trust ourselves. We have to have a speech which integrates the idea that the women are able. If the women are aware of their capacities and talents, they will be able to stay straight and to fight. So sometimes in life we have violence that happen, of course, but we have to fight this, and we have to give weapons to those women for them to be able to defend themselves and not accept the situation. So we have this example of the Supreme Court that we have known recently, and we have to pass the information to our girls, our little girls, that they have the right to dispose of their own body, and they should not let this happen. Because to dispose of our own body is to be master of our own destiny. It is a fight that is being led about the question of the body and the image. So this person, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, but the woman who was just talking right now, the photographer, what she said is very important. The women have to be convinced that their own body belongs to them, and they should not obey the things that are being said for any civilization. Here we are in a European civilization, but there are so many civilizations around the world. And it is important to really explain that the women have the rights to dispose of their own body and do what they want with their body. So they're really... This is why I am in politics today. I'm here also to make sure that a child, no matter what their background, can have a future in this society. And as a political woman, the question of the pressure, the image that we give, I can assure you, and I also often say that in my speeches, when I do speeches, sometimes I really want my speeches to be really perfect from A to Z. So, but by the time I get some experience, but my agenda is so full that I have so many exigencies and demands. So in a speech, when you're a woman, the two first sentences are the most important, and the 5 minutes that follow are less important. Because normally, who do speeches are men. And when you're a woman, you just do 2 sentences, and then after 2 sentences, the men don't listen to you anymore. They just say, okay, it's fine, it's just another speech. 2 sentences. But this is a reality. I was talking about this a few months ago. There is a man in the room who disagrees with me. It depends on the speech of men. I'm saying this because of my own experience. But I was talking about this a few months ago with a woman who was the CEO of a big group, and she was saying the exact same thing. Of course, I am not saying that I don't have any responsibility in this. I am always very attentive to the outside image that I give, because I know how to flourish my inside garden, but I am aware of the question of the image, but we really need to be aware of the pressure, the social pressure that exists on women's body, on the image that we convey. So this is a work that we have to lead in terms of work on gender equality. So here in Occitania, we make sure that every woman and every woman can be an actor of their destiny. It is a question of education. This is where everything begins. At school, in the large sense of the word, that we need to give the knowledge and to give every little girl the certainty that nobody can demand anything from her, and that they are the masters of their destiny. So it is through dispositives in Occitania. We have a dispositive specific for gender equality. We go to high school, because in France, the regions take care of high schools. And we have people who go inside the high schools and explain all those topics to the students, men, female, and male. So it is important to gather these knowledges, because we have to give the trust to women for them to be master of their own destiny. So the phenomenon of auto-censorship are more developed on women's audience than in men. I'm speaking in terms of large sense. So it is about the question of companies, for example, for artistic creations. We had worked on this on the 8th of March, and to work on this topic and reading the documents that have been read and written on this topic, we can see the pressure. To be an artist is to take risks. And this risk-taking has a link really with gender equality. So we really need to work on this topic. And of course, the question to have an empowerment and a capacity together, and to always be open-minded. In life, as I usually say, we don't open our arms largely enough. So by his path, Jean-Christophe reminded that Occitanie is a crossroad. When we say very proudly and determination that yes, we love immigration, yes, we love immigrant people, and we are convinced that mixity and cultural mixity works. And Occitanie has always been the crossroads of immigration. We have always welcomed migrants, men, women, refugees, no matter what the semantic or topics is. But we need to open our arms. And we, women, have to be very open, and we have to be moving on this area. When we see the results at the last legislative election, 90% from right-wing, extreme right-wing. So we don't talk about it so much and don't talk about it enough. There are 2 million who didn't vote. With these two realities, we can show how worried we are and what are the difficulties in our country. So it is important to say out loud and bravely all these facts. It is really important to be in the long-term path and to be realistic about what can happen in the worst possibility. Simone de Beauvoir wrote it about right of women. All that needs to be questioned. It is important to see that the judgment of the Supreme Court of the United States is only the conclusion of what Donald Trump was saying. And we should not believe that when we replace the President of the United States by just another one, the influence of populism stops at the end of the mandate of the President. We see how a country, an intelligent country, a democratic country, can be really polluted by all this ideas. So we have to be vigilant. And here at this event, Women for Future Mediterranean is the cradle of all the cultures. So we really support the action of SOS Méditerranée, because we don't want the Mediterranean Sea to be a cemetery, but we want the Mediterranean Sea to reinvent this civilization of sharing, of generosity. This is very much needed. So we want to reinforce our connection with Palestine and Tunisia, Morocco, Spain, or Italy. So we really want to work on those territorial collaboration. I am I work deeply into those collaborations. The region Occitania has built a museum about this civilization, Roman civilization. So I believe that this topic is very important. We always have this idea of gathering cultures and civilization in order to strengthen our connections. So I really wanted to tell you that we are mobilized also in terms of gender equality, about the question of neighborhoods, what we call sensitive neighborhoods, in terms of inclusions. There is a philosopher who had very, very terrible words. I'm talking about Alain Finkielkraut, who said that to have political laws in neighborhoods that are called sensitive is being part of helping terrorism. So I strongly reject what he said, because what I saw in those neighborhoods is young people who want to be recognized by the government and want to be included in the republic. So I strongly reject what he said. And it is really important to know that all the actions that we lead on all the territories for all people in Occitania are led also for all territories. There is no territory just called second zone territory, like here in Montpellier in La Paillade, or in Toulouse, or Garros, or whatever neighborhood we're talking about. They do not belong to a second zone. So we want to include and recognize and give strength to those people. So thank you, Jean-Christophe. Thank you, everyone. To all of you, congratulations, Sophie, for this fight, this life fight. We will be talking about gender equality, and I say hello to the president of the public work, who is also very committed and very present. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madame the President, dear Carol. As you know it, here in Montpellier for a week, we've been on a little dream, because the Deputy Mayor of Montpellier was here, and on a Monday it was the capital of the global health with the launch of the Valley, and today it is the capital and the light of Méditerranée, and the capital of the women of Méditerranée. So I want to thank all our partners for those 2 days, the city of Montpellier, the metropolis, region of Occitania, Berel, the group CIC, the group EDF. Thank you. Thank you to General Healthcare. Thank you to Antesa San Paolo. Thank you as well to the Radio Alarai, which is with us today, the whole team. So, cher Cabanier. And also we will have in live now the Secretary General from the Union for Mediterranean. Thank you, Nasser Kamel. Thank you for being with us to open this Women for Future Mediterranean. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. the President of the region, and also the University of Montpellier. First, please allow me to thank you warmly for asking me to attend this conference. This is a crucial moment for our region and also for the whole world. The right of women in the green ecology and professions of the future, research, etc., are topics that are really important today, and also for our region. It's even more important that Montpellier holds these events. Montpellier, which is a Mediterranean city, and a city which initiates a lot of solutions. I would have liked to be here with you, and I hope I will be able to visit this very beautiful city another day. So in 2022, the participation of women represented a really big challenge for our region. The unemployment rate is lower than in our region than in the whole world. So, but women have to work a lot, but they have less visibility and rights than men. In particular, in the region of Middle East, there is a lot of inequalities, and which is increasing between women and men. 5% of the companies, compared with 26% of women in the companies in the world. So we need to help the creation of employment to ease the integration of women, but also to ensure the permanency of those employment, insurances, school for less instructed women, and to help create more employment in the area of science, technology, engineering, what we call what is important is that women are helped to get more employment in those professions, because they are really more numerous at the university. So usually women are more numerous in high school and university, and it's more important than the global average. So we made a study, the World Bank made a study, and it highlighted that the increase of women in employment would increase the GDP of 7%, which is really huge. So we can see that it's really important to help women to get employment. As regards to the presence of women in the sectors of digital transformation and ecological transformation, this topic is at the heart of our mandate. In particular, in 2020, we created a mechanism of follow-up. And now we are waiting for the results and the progresses of this follow-up concerning the employment rate of women. And this is a central subject. And following the ministry declaration on the climate change and the environment, we have to prioritize and give priority to employment. The ambition is to focus on employment for young people and women.
So we have all these new objectives for employment, business. We have a budget of 11 million euros to launch employment of women and young people. We are very convinced of this project to have changes. Ladies and gentlemen, we have two big events for gender equality. We have two different declarations to reinforce in our constitution. All the parliaments are going to talk about it together. In terms also of global warming and the climate crisis, in order to support women's role. And we have another meeting for companies. We organize this event with the industry. We will give the companies the possibility to talk about these topics. And to give opportunities to commercial events. With United Nations, we have launched last year an event for the creation of companies that are directed by women. Ladies and gentlemen, despite of those efforts, we are aware that women need leadership, either on their personal life, on the political and professional life. And we're still very far from the objectives to have a real gender equality. And we need to recognize that the changes are not enough. And we need to really work deeply. This is why at the Union of the Mediterranean signed a document. No woman, no right. So that in every discussion, in every debate, women should have the same time of speech as men. So I thank you, ladies and gentlemen, to have put my heart inside of this debate for the future of our society, and to work hand in hand together in the Mediterranean region. Thank you very much. Thank you to the Secretary General of the Union for the Mediterranean. And now place for women at the tribune. So I will be calling Loredana Theodorescu, who will be moderating this conversation. Now let's give women space.
I want to thank first the promoters of this initiative, La Tribune, and also Chiara Corazza. And now I'm going to speak in English. You know, there is interpretation, so we'll mix languages.
Women for a Reinvented Leadership, la clairvoyance des femmes pour une leadership réinventée. Promoted, we did the Women for the Future panel, for the first time really entirely dedicated to the Mediterranean region and the role women can play in this region. So I'm Loredana Teodorescu. I'm the president of Women in International Security Italy, which is a global organization dedicated to promoting and advancing the leadership of women in international relations, peace and security. And I'm also the coordinator of the Mediterranean Women Mediators Network, which is an initiative launched by the Italian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, implemented by EI and WISE Italy, which is gathering today more than 60 women from 21 Mediterranean countries, women who are engaged for the stability and the peace in their region. I'm glad to see so many inspiring women today with us, and it's really a pleasure and a privilege for me to hear directly from you, from women leaders engaged in public life, in politics, in peace and security. We are convinced that the major challenges of today, security, migration, conflict, human rights, cannot be addressed as business as usual. We are convinced that we really need to benefit from the competencies, from the talents, from the perspectives of women if we really want to bring a change. And it's not just about gender equality. Gender equality must be a guiding principle, of course. But what we need is really a paradigm shift. We really need a different way of doing politics, of addressing common goods, of foreign relations. So we really need to reflect a gender-sensitive approach, a more diverse perspective, a rebalanced power dynamic. This is particularly relevant if we look at the Mediterranean region, because we know that the region has witnessed so many conflicts, power and security vacuums, social upheaval, economic crisis. But we are also observing a wave of civic engagement with women playing a crucial role, despite being still underrepresented and undervalued when it comes to the decision-making process. Some countries have explicitly adopted a feminist foreign policy or a feminist diplomacy. We are still not there. But I think that there we are making the first steps, at least to really acknowledge the role women can play for a sustainable and peaceful society. And so the question is really how this women leadership can make the difference in the MENA region. What is this reinvented leadership that we are talking about? What are the obstacles still there and how we can overcome them? And without further ado, I would start, as we are hosted in this beautiful city, Montpellier, I would like to give the floor, first of all, to Fanny Dombre-Coste. She's the first deputy mayor of Montpellier, in charge also of education, and she has an extensive career in politics. So my first question would be how being a woman has affected your career, and what is, based on your experience at national and local level, what is the added value of women leadership in politics? Thank you, Fanny. The floor is yours.
Merci. Je suis désolée, je vais vous répondre
Thank you.
en français.
I'm sorry, I'm going to answer in French.
Merci d'abord, je voudrais saluer la
Thank you.
Tribune
First,
pour
I want
cette
to
très belle organisation,
thank La
et
Tribune for
cette
this
très belle
beautiful
idée,
organization
surtout,
and this
de nous
beautiful
donner la
idea
parole.
to
Ça
let
fait
us
pas de mal de
speak.
temps en temps. Parler
It's
après la
not,
présidente de
it's
région,
good from
c'est
time to
difficile
time.
parce que,
So
vous
here in the
l'avez vu,
region,
c'est une femme d'une grande énergie, d'une grande intelligence et d'un engagement sans faille. Vous me demandez mon parcours
so
personnel. Mon parcours personnel est peut-être un peu
you want
atypique,
to
mais
know about my
j'ai démarré très
personal
tôt dans le sens de
experience. It's
responsabilité, puisqu'à 15 ans déjà,
not
je
typical.
dirigeais des camps de vacances.
When I was young, I
J'emmenais
already
des enfants sous ma direction,
directed
pendant
summer camps. And I used to lead those camps and to take care of children. And I had this will to be at this position and not be the only one, especially to decide, but I want to work on my own, and I didn't want someone to decide for me. So I had this will inside myself to control my life and make my own choices. So my professional career had in parallel an associative career since I was 15. So I had those two activities. At the time, the mayor of Montpellier came to me, and then I started a political career. First deputy councillor, then deputy. Then I had the chance to have a mandate for the region, and then I became a deputy. Today I'm a first deputy from the mayor. I have a lot of determination and strong energy, because I didn't count the hours, I didn't count the days I worked during the day and the night and the weekend. I made this choice because I must say I have a companion that helped me a lot and helped me fight. I was not alone, but of course, it was not that easy to have all those responsibilities. A woman have to multiply its energy. All those who have responsibilities here today know it, how much energy and obstacles you meet and you need and you have, and maybe even more in politics, because it's always been an area for men. So when I arrived in 2012 in the General Assembly, when the doors opened, I realized that I was in a men environment. Even at the restaurants, the menus at the restaurants were made for men. So we had to fight as women. For example, not to dress like men. We have to wear pants and jackets. So we fought to be able to choose our image and have the possibility to eat differently, something else than big French meals, rich meals. So it's an anecdote, but I just want to say that this is a permanent fight. And those today who get more responsibility still have to fight. So this is a responsibility faced to this challenge today, political challenges. Here I have the badge for the support to Ukraine. And this is a world that is happening not so far from France. It hasn't happened for a long time. And the fight to support SOS Méditerranée is really huge. A lot of people, thousands of people died, even children. So faced to those stakes and climate change, women have to take their true role and complete role. So how are we going to do that? When we know that today, at the level of the world, only 22 countries are led by women. 21% of the ministers are women. And of course, you can guess what is their ministry. Of course, family, of course, children, education, social, career, a little bit environment, but still. So this difficulty is something we're aware of, and we have to deploy leverages to ensure, despite the laws that allow equality, there are a lot of fields that we have to conquer today. And the first one for me, which was said by the president of the region, it is education. It's an absolute priority, education of women, of girls. In France, we have a quality education system, but it is still gendered. As I am responsible for the education in Montpellier, we are lucky to have a feminist mayor. and a real one. So we work on education first to meet the needs of on education of the territory of Montpellier, to try to reduce the social fractures, and in which we have in our big cities, and so we have to work on those topics. But I also work on the topic of genders at school, because it is in the playground that everything is starting, and this is where children learn the way they act as regards to gender, so that this is where women, girls can have access to empowerment, and all this happens from the playground. The space is organized in playgrounds. The space is organized with, in the middle, the games for boys. So girls, when they are at the playground, they have to be faced to the games of the boys and all those relationships as regards to the gender. So it's not just a detail, because when a boy and a girl learn in the playground not to fight, but to work together to bear collective projects, then we can talk about learning equality. And this is my priority. This is the priority of the mayor. And this is why he gave me this mission of education, because it was a priority. So we have a lot of privileges in France, but in a lot of countries, girls can't have access to school. So this is clearly an essential topic. The second leverage for me, of course, it's the fight against stereotypes. So each experience that will be discussed today, life experience, the experience of the president of the region, just this example allows to fight against stereotypes, because culturally, as we know, the environment is still very made for men. So the fight against stereotypes must be done every day, and we have to carry this fight. If you have a look at the networks and social media, every day, every minute, you should be angry. It's horrible. So individually, we have to do this work of warning and vigilance and fight. And the third leverage for me is, of course, the networks, the social media, the way women are, the image of the women on the social media, and networking, because training by peers is really essential. So I am ready to help any woman who wants here or anywhere else to be supported and accompanied in her political experience and career. I was helped with my political family, but I trained myself a lot. And a few of the women I've met in my political career helped me and supported me just with one sentence, one word, but it's enough to gain trust. And so that we can progress in equality between men and man, we have to focus on that.
Can you hear me now? Okay, great. No, I was saying thank you, Claire, very much for the introduction, and I wish I could be in the very sunny and lovely Montpellier, but maybe next time. Let me say that to reach to the position that one is in now started very early on. And following some of the discussions that happened earlier, I believe that the first thing that women need to do is not necessarily think of the gender as a barrier to be able to achieve and accomplish whatever they dream of. Since I was since I was 7 years old, I always wanted to have a PhD, because to me that was the way to show competence and have your voice heard. And at the age of 25, I was able to do that. Worked at the IMF, being one of the youngest economists there for several years, and then was called by the government of Egypt to go back to the country and be sub-governor of the central bank, again being one of the youngest sub-governors in Egypt's history. And what is very important in all of these stages is first, there has to be political commitment to trying and push further the role of both men and women who are competent. And that's why investing in competence is a very important priority. And competence here includes both men and women. However, when I take a look at some of the statistics globally, you find that, the session is about leadership, you find that we only have 26 female heads of state and heads of government in 24 countries, which is quite small compared to and this is a global statistics. Something else which I believe is quite different today than maybe when I started my career, several years ago, is that the topic of gender has become intertwined in policy dialogue, and this is extremely important. When we take a look at the statistics around women participation, these are actual numbers. If we have parity, we know that GDP goes up. When GDP goes up, these are more resources for both men and women. When we take a look at the calls for trying to increase the participation of women, both politically and economically and socially, this is all linked to SDG number 5. So it's part of the Sustainable Development Goals, which actually is a common denominator across different countries. Today, when countries are trying to put forward their development strategies, when they are putting forward different strategies related to climate change, you find gender coming centerpiece. And a few things to mention here. First, political commitment and awareness is very, very important. And this is something, if I talk about Egypt, we see it in a 2030 strategy for gender, which is endorsed by the president and actually pushed by different areas within government. Today we have 25% female ministers in cabinet, 27% in parliament. The other very important aspect is to showcase role models. I'm very impressed that the amount of engagement I have with youth, both in Egypt and abroad, of my participation in different panels, of the speeches, of, people follow, people want to see women who have made it in a certain way and have been able to create a track record in different disciplines. This gives them a lot of motivation. It also is important because when I always say that women in leadership positions have two responsibilities at the same time. First, to be able to accomplish what their mandate requires of them. And second is to do it well so that they open the door for more women. It doesn't become unfamiliar for today. It's not unfamiliar to have another female minister of tourism in Egypt, because I was able to do that and thankfully do it well. So all of these are examples that we need to shed light on and push forward. The other maybe personal advice, as I mentioned, is never to think of gender as a barrier. Not at all. I think each one of us needs to invest in themselves, distinguish yourself through competency. The second is always try and create connections as much as possible. And in this day and age, creating these connections become easier. It's important to reference those who are good and doing a good job, and this opens more opportunities. Third is to be very confident in your subject matter. When that happens, it also opens up additional opportunities. And then finally, to try and be as charming as possible whenever delivering a speech or doing a mandate or being in parliament, or also in my case, I was one of the youngest ministers and one of the youngest sub-governors and one of the youngest economists. So how are you able to mobilize older people around you? How are you able to mobilize other people around you, given what you are able to sensibly contribute? So I think these are all very important issues to keep in mind. And then finally, I believe that today, when we take a look around us, in many of the very important positions, be it the head of the IMF, the head of the ECB, the head of the European Commission, all of them are very accomplished women that have made it through different positions over their career. So it means that these are examples that can be replicated if given the opportunity. But I just want to again emphasize that women should not feel inhibited or held back by gender. I think that should be put aside. In my case, being able to accomplish many things when I'm now in a leadership position, I'm also encouraging competence within the different ministries I lead. And these competency being men or women. And also another very important point, in the Mediterranean area and the Middle East, youth are the majority of the population, and therefore trying to give, not distinguish also between the people who are young and old, but anyone who's competent and able to contribute to the subject matter and to the role. This is what we need. As the crisis, the pandemic has shown, women are at a very vulnerable position. The IMF estimates that 11% of jobs that women occupy are not going to be there because of the pandemic. So we need to, create encouragement. Also, I would just conclude by saying that leadership does not have to be at the CEO level of an institution, but startups today are extremely important, and we have, examples which are extremely successful in our regions, and motivating these startups that are led by women or startups that are pushing the climate agenda. Women are truly agents of change, and therefore encouraging that, putting the spotlight on that. Through the different universities, create networks where the exchange of ideas and the exchange of experience could be voiced. You need to know more about what we are doing, what our females are doing at all ranks, be it ministers in universities, in academic, in think tanks, in businesses, etc. All of these are examples that need to be shown more vividly, so that they can also create additional motivation for different in different areas. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me.
So I'm also going to answer in French. I want also to thank the Tribune for organizing this event, and I want to thank the commitment of Chiara as regards to women in Mediterranean and especially in Maghreb. So I'll try to be brief and share with you the results of a study led by the World Economic Forum about qualified women and their insertion in employment as regards to Mediterranean. It reveals that women today represent the majority at university in Mediterranean, but their professional insertion is really low. We have the higher rate of women qualified who are unemployed. So it is also highlighted that a better insertion of women in the economic sector would increase the GDP of Mediterranean in 5 years of 30%. So we can see that they have access to education, but when they leave university, they face a lot of challenges and obstacles. So how can we help them and launch concrete initiatives to help them to make them face those challenges and those strong obstacles? And the first is to bring a lot of benevolence to the women who want to be inserted. And I've been working with the leader of a private group in Algeria, and he encouraged me a lot. I remember that, and even he told me that even if I was making a mistake, he would still support me. So it's really essential to push women to listen to their internal voice and to go to focus on the subjects and the topics they really like. And so they are aware that they don't have to play the game of the society, and that jobs are not reserved for men and others for women. So they don't have to stay on those steps about the steps of family and marriage, which may be an obstacle for them to work. And I think that we will only change things if we create concrete initiatives on the field. As I said, women are not enough inserted in the employment market. And also they are nearly absent from diplomacy and international diplomacy and politics. When we see that the Gulf countries that were late have progressed a lot, there are dozens of women who are ambassadors. Also in the Emirates, 40% of their ambassadors are women. While in countries of Mediterranean and East Mediterranean, the rates are lower than 2 to 3%. And this cannot change if there is no decision made at the political level. So we have to launch an initiative. I don't know if the Secretary General for Union for Mediterranean is still online, but he should push Mediterranean governments to commit in being more impulsive for women in this area. We are in a region who have faced a lot of conflicts the last 10 years, ecological issues, migratory issues, so it would be a really good idea to include more women through concrete initiatives and through political decisions and wills. So I think I have some time left. So I'm gonna rush, as I've always done in my whole career, run after accomplishments for women, by women. I've always run after a lot of things. So I'm really happy here to see all those women and men gathered here for Women for the Future in Méditerranée. So do you know the main characteristic of the Mediterranean woman? It's the emotional intelligence. When we look at the other one in the eye, we understand each other. And also, it's tolerance, one of the main characteristics of the woman in Mediterranean. Tolerance, which will be the motive for peace in the region. We've been facing a lot of wars in both sides of the Mediterranean, and we still love each other. But we have to see each other with tolerance. A lot of conflicts and wars are happening, and a lot of economic issues as well. But the solution is inside ourselves, and mainly in the women in Mediterranean. So I'm encouraging not only the women and the men in this room, because if we have a look in the room, we only see senior women. We don't see the young women. A few ones, but maybe only 5%. Yeah. So I want to honor senior women here for their strong commitment. Those women who are still fighting, even if they are 80 or 90. So we have to pass this flame to the young women. Those young women who are in their room with their iPhones, fighting through networks and social media and applications. And when they go out in the employment market, in reality, they don't find a little bit of leadership that they learn with, which are learned through failures and through experience. So we have to help them go out and have the flame and learn our experience of management and leadership. So I'm inviting you and the Tribune and Madame Chiara, who saw that through women we can be successful, but not any woman. We have to shout this network of leader women, but how? By inspiring them, by giving them the right model, by passing our experience, by creating an approach that is participative so that those women can go outside and fight and continue our fight and experience.
section upstairs. So for those who want, you can have one. Thank you to everyone. After our wonderful night last night, we partied together and we saw this morning how the Arab Spring took place with wonderful women, and either in Tunisia, Algeria, women are here and young women are here, and they are going to voice our events. So I'm very happy to moderate here today because the biggest stake of the Mediterranean region is the cradle of our civilization. But it is also a concentration of problems linked to global changes. The Mediterranean Sea covers 1% of the global seas. But it is where we have the strongest problem in plastic concentration. And we're not talking about how we used the resources. So the climatic stakes are very important and are at the origin of what we have thought and created. So we have really to think about how we will handle the climate changes. And men won't do it on their own. During wars, we can see that we cannot leave half planet aside. So everyone needs to be committed. And you know all the consequences. We have known last week very strong floods in middle of June and July, which is not common, and tornadoes and fires. So everything that is connected to climate changes. So this is what and why we're here today, to talk about this and to see how women can put their voice in order to change that with their pragmatism, which is this theme, the pragmatism for a efficient ecological transformation. So the leitmotif of today is women, of course. Everyone talk about it today. We will have some men also talking for this debate. We will have Bruno Cavagnier, who is the president of the National Federation of Public Works, who decided to take things in his hand and try to change a little bit. So I would really like for him to tell us on the Federation of Public Works what has been proposed, what has been implemented. And Bruno, for you personally, what are the measures that you have implemented? There is a big and a strong mobilization. And I think it's really important for you to share what you have done. For the example, for jobs that are considered men's jobs, how did you do to make women reach those jobs? So thank you and hello. I am very impressed of the audience of women. Of course, I'm more used to have a men audience. And I was smiling about this because we're talking about climate transition and women, and I'm the first as a man to be talking about it, so I thought it was very funny. So when we talk about men and public works, in our mind, normally, public works is a more men area, and this is what we think about. And of course, we have 10% of women. These are the numbers. So the idea is to bring women to our area in our activities. So it does not really work because we still have 10% of women in our employees. We have had a law that obliged the companies who have more than 2,000 employees to have at least 40% of women commitment and women's employment. So they have asked these companies of more than 1,000 employees to think about how they will do to bring women to their staff. In order to do it, we have made a study. We have asked hundreds of women to understand why they wouldn't come to work with us, and those who would come and work with us, why would they leave us? We have noticed that there is a moment around 35 years old, is that they have children. So this is not a problem. It is okay to have children, but the question is why wouldn't they come back after their maternity leave? So we have 10% of the engineer that work with us, they don't come back. So what you can imagine from a country is a reality, of our profession is a reality. So the answer was, yeah, we had children, but then the routine came back and we didn't have the means to go back working. So to answer your questions, we tried to do very practical things. So with my board of directors, we have made a question. Do you agree with this fact? Yes, we all agree. So as everyone agrees with this fact, then we will mentor these women that are coming from the engineering schools and give them the possibilities. We're going to help you and to follow you to understand and give you the will to stay in our companies and not to leave our companies. And we can see this very easily. The children, when they are small, we have a lot of problem with the daycare. Because when we work in different schedule, we have daycare problems. So we have an organism which is called ProBTP that acts, for example, on holiday camps. So we said that, okay, ProBTP, who works inside their company, they do this holiday camp, but that is not enough. So we will ask them to also create daycare centers. And I really desire that it is not a problem. But we cannot deal only with women. We have to deal with parentality, equality. What about the maternity leave or paternal and parents' leave? Like, for example, yesterday I was in a meeting. No, this is too difficult. How can we find people? But yes, the society is changing. The society is changing. So we need to evaluate with the society. We need to follow the society. And we will have people who will come, or we don't do anything and we let people go. So I want to work on daycare. I want to work on maternity and paternity leave. We also work on climate changes because I really want results, practical results. Because I really want to see how things work. We will work on communication, big campaign on communication, because everyone agrees on working on communication. But then everyone says, okay, we can start on communication. Of course, this is not very difficult. It does not bother anyone. Communication is not very difficult. But in order to bring this project up, we really need to work together. And we have realized that for the past 20 years, things do not happen because people don't get committed. This is what I say with all the men in my office, is that we don't have half the population, which are women. But look at here in this room, all the women that are present today. And a last point, because what we do also is that we have hired people to go to high school and middle school to give the will to young people, not only women, but to give the will to the youth to come to our profession. 3-4 years ago, we had a campaign which was named Frankly Respect. And when I presented the clip, which was based on rap music, all the youth were involved. But then all the older people were looking at me and say, "What are you doing?" And I answered them that what I wanted to do was to give the will to the youth and to allow them to look at us and to see what we do, to talk to them. So what I want to do is to talk to people and not to let people aside. So I really want to succeed in these 8,000 companies to realize my projects and these projects. So see how important it is to have men who are champions. And so this is why I wanted to have him here today, because this is not about communication only. It's about practice. It's about leadership of women also at every level. Women are the first victims. You know the numbers of the organisms. The women suffer more than men about the climate changes. So the UN, because the UN does a lot, they're conscious and aware of the situation, and they know that the refugees are in most numbered women about the climate changes.
She's the manager of the programs of gender equality for Méditerranée. So we heard how much this Union for Méditerranée is active in the fight against climate change, global change. And it was really involved in the Paris agreements. So as you're a leader of the projects and initiatives on the field for the promotion of women, what do you do exactly? And what do you think is really efficient to have initiatives that allow women to be there and to contribute efficiently to the climate change? Thank you very much for being here and inviting me. So what do? We are an organization which is intergovernmental of 42 countries, and we offer the opportunity to create political dialogue platforms. And how can we support concrete initiatives? For example, earlier they asked to the Union for Méditerranée to commit to have a chart that may help women in the leadership positions, and this will be included in a declaration about women that will be adopted in October. But once the ministry declaration is adopted, we have to know how to implement it. So this means supporting initiatives that go to aim at it. In this ministerial declaration, all countries, and above all those of Mediterranean, they asked us to connect the challenges and stakes of equality between man and man to climate change in different areas. First, at the level of the migratory movements due to climate change. And we know that women are those who pay the price most because they have, it's a question of access to natural resources. And the drought these days is really having a very important impact. But also because when we talk about climate change, we talk about adaptation and strategies of adaptation. For example, investing in industrial development processes that are compatible with adaptation and mitigation. This is why we support women who are self-employed, working in Tunisia, and work in the cosmetic products area with a green approach to give them certification. And we also support women cooperation, plus more than 1,000 in Europe and in Tunisia, in Morocco and Tunisia, to support green farming, for economical and ecological transition. We support a network for women in the region. Marianne is part of this network. We have the chance to have her here. And this network works on different value chains, energy, for example. These initiatives are being implemented at the level of the country, but we want them to become best practice, to be replicable. Everybody said that we've made a lot of progress, but we are still blocked when we see so many women that are fired, that have degrees in technology but don't find any job and don't work. And when we see women in small and medium companies and in startups, but don't manage to develop to become a big company and don't have access to financing. So why? This is my question. Is it possible that this solution was found in some countries but not in others? There are models that are already existing, and we need to know the conditions to apply them in other countries. So if, as regards to the initiative that was we talked about earlier, why not using it in other countries? In some countries, the approach was that it's okay to have the topic of gender equality in a transversal approach, but we also need human and financial resources. So we need dedicated budgetary lines to help, for example, women who work in ecological transformation. So this is a huge effort required for everybody. Everybody needs to participate. The private sector, governments, and the civil organizations as well, because they are the ones who work on the field. So I think that the Union for Méditerranée can help working with all actors of the region to adopt politics and financing towards that. The global funds for environment, global environment facility until 19 dedicated only 15% of the projects to the gender area. They made a lot of efforts, and now the percentage is more than 50%. But it's not enough, because that's true that they are financing projects with a gender approach, but we don't know the results on the project, so we have to implement follow-up. And there is also the question of leadership. If you have a look at the photographs and the pictures of the people present and the round tables, there are only 15% of women. So it's not only a question of political representation in general. If you talk about climate change, women have to be there at the negotiation tables, and financing mechanisms must be ready for the climate. So many essential things were said, and one of them is that we have to make a concerted and mutual efforts in the private and public sectors. So I am very happy to have here a representative on the private sector, because you know that without finances nothing can be done. But the question is, how do we use this money?
Middle East and North Africa. In Mediterranean area, we have several banks, for example, Croatia, Albania, and also Egypt, as Chiara was saying. And we are strongly working on ESG goals. ESG is one of the mission of Intesa San Paolo, also declared as key element of the new strategic plan for the upcoming years, and there is a strong commitment at group level. For example, we joined the Net Zero Banking Alliance, so the group signed the commitment to achieve net zero, both in emission financed and also in emission directly produced as a company standalone within, for the direct emission 2030 and for the emission financed through financing that we are giving to our customers within 2050.
All this with performance.
Yeah. And also, international subsidiary bank division is involved in all those initiatives. I want to underline also that Intesa San Paolo is aimed to be the first international impact bank, and we dedicated 115 billion of euros to impact lending for the upcoming years, so very huge amount. Taking in consideration Mediterranean area and climate change, we have to consider that Mediterranean area, when we speak about climate, is in a bit, let me say, critical situation. Considering temperature, the temperature is growing up 20% faster in this area respect the average at worldwide level. And taking a look also at the sea, we expect to have an increase, a rise up of the level of the sea of 1 meter in the next 80 years if we don't do anything to change it. What does it mean? That will be there physical risk that would be managed and impact in terms of economic sectors like tourism, agriculture, and so on. And our banks are strictly involved in initiatives to promote the support of customers in journey to transform their activity to become more sustainable. For example, we are enlarging the offering of sustainable products. We are changing the way of approaching customers, offering different kind of services. And in case of Egypt, we are also focusing the attention on specific sectors like agriculture, for example, that link in very strong way social and environmental aspects.
Thank you so much, Alice. And you just mentioned agriculture, for instance. Blanca, 40%... Non, en français? En français. Je reviens en français. 40%
So I
des
will
femmes,
speak French again. So 40%, maybe 50% of women, it is a material economy, so it's difficult to have the exact numbers. But in agriculture, we have a strong difficulty with the water resources. And this could allow women to be able to feed their own families. And I would really thank them and her specifically to be here today, because she has been working very hardly in noticing women's role and place in the society. So we have here Blanca Moreno Dodzo, who is the director of the Center for Mediterranean Integration of the UN. So what do you do in practice on the field at the level more practical when it comes to feeding our children? Thank you, first of all. Does it work? Do you hear me? Yes, it works. Thank you very much. So I am very honored to be here today and to be with you today. Thank you, Chiara, for inviting me, and the local authority and the university, Madam Princess. So your being of the women and the inclusion of women can bring to the society is something that is not measurable with the GDP. It is something that goes beyond. It does not only affect the happiness of children, but also affect the political level. About the climate changes, the problem is that we don't have data enough because we have not invested enough to know how global changes will affect women in relation to men. There is already, and there are already, disparities, as we have been already said. These disparities will grow unless we do something. So the first thing we have to do is analyze better the impact about climate changing in women. So it is what we do in the center I have the honor to direct. And with all the other partners and the Global Bank that have created us 2 years ago. So we want to reinforce the database to know what we have to do. And once we have enough data, it has not been said yet that we have to change many laws and regulations, because on the principle, we all agree, and I think that at the level of the banks and investments and politicians, they start by really being more committed on the economic and social plan. But the laws and regulations are overwhelmed. People don't have the right to own their lands, or in some countries, a legacy is very difficult to get. So we have to change the regulations. Otherwise, it will only be talk and talk. So we want to have more strength to change things on the practical and regulation level in order to protect the woman from these effects. So what have we done concretely? We have done many things. I will mention a few of them. We have organized a forum. It was a competition of startups at the national level with the Global Bank. There were only innovative ideas to fight global changes. We don't want to see women as vulnerable, but as changes and changement actors. There are many women who are entrepreneurs, activists, and we have some women that have finished their PhD and they want to implement and act on their ideas. So we have chosen 3 startups on the water area, and we will apply the same processes to all of them. And we have realized the human capital is huge, because we've noticed that some women that are entrepreneurs, one of them who has won our competition, her mom and her grandmother were in Palestine in charge of finding water and bringing water. Because at this point, people would think that water was not so important, so the woman would go and pick it up. But it is important, it is the base of our society. So it is very interesting to notice this. It is interesting to see how water is managed throughout the world. So it is important to realize that we have the drought again in the world. So the repartition of water is not equal depending on the location of the world. In some islands, for example, so in a village, for example, where we have 40% of women that work with agriculture, if we lose water, if we lose the access to the water, then those women will lose their jobs. They won't have a possibility to feed their family. So we have to give them possibilities to go back to where to find water and to help them. So I'm very happy, and go women.
So Bruno Cavani reminds me exactly what Blanca is saying. Women are not victims of the climate change. They should be actors. And I want to remind also that today we have in France 2 women at the head of the world champions on the treatment of utilities, Catherine Montégor Selba Cheklov. There are two remarkable women, not only because they are women, but also because they have a lot of talent. They are just like the best engineers. So I'm going to talk about with the specialist of water. So we said that water is the source of everything and of life, and it's essential. So we're happy that you came here to explain your local experience, which is an international best practice, how to manage water correctly, how to distribute it correctly, how to use the best possible this precious good. So Anne-Emmanuelle Rousseau represents this territory. She's a legal and social responsibility director of the BRL Group. So can you explain us what you do, your best practices, the best way to include women, which you already do very well. Thank you, Chiara. Thank you all of you for being here today for this really great event for Women for the Future, in particular in Méditerranée. So the BRL Group, is a territorial and local group. It's a mixed economy society, one of the ecological transition tool here in Occitania. Our vocation is to bring in Occitania first and then to France and internationally projects to organize the territory so that they are more sustainable and ecological. We work at the world level and in particular in the Mediterranean. I want to share two examples of projects today that are related to what we've been talking about today. The first is the Director National Plan of the Reuse of Used Water that we've been creating for Tunisia. How to use reuse water. And this project is developing. Tunisia started a national plan as regards to hydraulics and to the reuse of water. Used water represents 300 billion square meters. Cubic meters, and there are only 8% of those waters are processed. And there is a really strong potential in the future. So the idea with this potential is to treat nearly 100% of this project in the next years, to use the water mainly to reload the ground, the water in the ground, and also for tourism to water the green spaces. So we are really proud to participating in this project. And the second project was started in Palestine for the treatment of wastewater and rainwater. It's a huge project. It's a project about rehabilitating stations for water, retention pools, treatment of water. 120,000 people on the territory of Bethlehem, and part of them are on the refugee camp. So we can see the whole importance of this project for the territory of Palestine. More globally, if we talk about pragmatism, maybe it's the ability to adapt to the constraints of the reality and the daily life. Isn't pragmatism putting intelligence at the service of action first, and not only the service of pure thoughts? and we can see the link to a millenary assignation made to the women to be pragmatic in their actions, because women have always faced the necessity to be able to conciliate, coordinate, and connect a lot of activities every day, the family, but also today managing their economic activities, whether professional, farming, and as in some territories, farming is not always recognized as a professional activity for women. So all those activities that women have to face make them make them have to be efficient. They really need to be efficient, and it's really essential today that women are essential and crucial to the economic activity, but they can also be victims. So it is really important to take into account their voice. We can see that it leads them to the search of concrete and efficient solutions. As regards to ecology, the pragmatic action, which is really urgent, in the Mediterranean territories, areas, which are hotspots of climate deregulation, because those territories have mountains and seas, and we can see the violence of climate events that we face. This is the meaning of the action in Occitania that we've been talking about earlier as regards to ecological transition. In Occitania, we've been committing a lot on those topics as regards to water and to secure the water resource in Occitania in quantity and quality. So how can women act? How to use this experience of pragmatism that they have? So today, to be able to have a role and keep their role in a world that was made by men and for men, well, I think that they have to dare. They have to dare act. They have to dare ask. They have to dare refuse, and also speak out. I really believe that it's by daring and acting that they will all, as we can see today, all the women in the room are action women, active women, and we can see that it's by daring to accept all those challenges that they manage to move things, to change things in an efficient way. So if we propose you to experience an exceptional something exceptional, you're not going to ask which place. From this dream experience, everybody is going to accept. So it's always a question of daring, having this, being aware that to be able to change things, it's really crucial to dare and to innovate. But before all, to dare to see reality as it is. Thank you. It's true that women pragmatism, as you highlighted, is an advantage for this fight against climate change. So I think that we have reached the end of our time. I have a last question anyway, but we don't have the time, so we have to show the example of pragmatic women. So we have the 27 COP in Egypt in October, and now we have at Lisbon a big meeting on the important people of the planet about oceans. So we've understood the role of women here, and around the table.
To women to be active in the Mediterranean to really have an impact in climate change, what would be your suggestion? And I will put the same question to all of you, if you can make it very short, but say really what you think is necessary.
Thank you. I think that we need to combine environmental and social aspect to empower the effect of economic transition. I mean, COP27 will be focused on both social and environmental aspect, and in that direction we are working in strongly promoting diversity and inclusion. This is for us the first step we have to approach in a stronger way.
Thank you. By the way, Banca Intesa with other 30 champions signed last year during the G20, and very strong commitment, Bruno, on towards the gender gap. That means parity, completely parity in the boards and the governance. Then that's leadership. If you want women at the table negotiation, we have to start with that. Blanca, what is your
I would say,
last word?
I would say we need to work on a model of partnership that includes the multilateral institutions, the public sector, the governments, the private companies, and civil society that includes NGOs, academics, and the youth. All of us are responsible for that. Women cannot do it alone. Women must be in all these groups. They must have a voice in politics, they must have a voice in the private sector, and we must let the youth speak because they have the solutions.
Bruno.
Indeed, I think that partnerships are very much important because I'm very optimistic about everything that is happening, the ecological transition. Things are changing. The youth are a strong engine to the change. And we can see that in France, they are ahead of the transition. When I see all these families here today, I can see that they're women that are committed. And this is going to evaluate. The collective will make it happen. Finding finances, because we talked about it a little bit, but finances are really the key of succeeding. And I think that if we share, all of us, this motivation, we will make it happen, and women will find the place on the society that they should have had already in the past. Anna. I'm going to be a little more specific. In 4 months, there will be the COP27 in Egypt. The Union for Mediterranean, as Blanca knows well, is implementing spots for the Mediterranean. So there will be more than 10 organizations that are going to co-organize the space in all the events and all workshops in order for people to act. Some of them will be about the gender, some of them about the finances, and another one will be about the inclusion of men and women for global changes and climate changes. So they will work on guides and guidelines for the changes. So for us, in the next COP, the question of the woman space and woman place has to be very much heard. We have talked and we will talk about water, the blue economy, and we will talk about research for global changes. So this will be the center of the next COP. And Emmanuel, apart from daring, what do we need to do? One only word: solidarity between men and women, between women together, solidarity between the Mediterranean territories and populations. Thank you very much. I would really like you to applaud our roundtable. We have learned so much this morning, and I would like to add something personal, a reflection idea. What about the job of the future? If we say that girls do math, engineering, and science studies because this would give and will give them a job in the future, I can assure you that this will happen. If we say that education is the principal mean of getting to those jobs, then this will happen. What we will have is that women will no longer be only victims, but we will have new strategies for that important stake, which is the global and climate changes. Thank you very much. And sorry for being late.
Here at the Uni, and also to all the public that is following us from La Tribune's social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube. And thanks a lot to be with us today. I'm
Voir
Azzurra Merigo
notre événement
Scarfoglio, I'm
aujourd'hui
Italian journalist,
diffusé sur
covering
YouTube,
above all
sur
Middle
Facebook.
East. I work for the Italian National Broadcasting Company for an affairs desk, and I'm here because there is also
Donc,
a partnership between the
je
Italian
travaille comme journaliste au service des
Broadcasting
affaires
Company and La
étrangères
Tribune
de la
in order
radio
to improve
RAI.
the debate about inclusion
Notre idée, c'est
around
vraiment
the Mediterranean.
d'agrandir le débat
I'm very happy
sur
to be
l'inclusion
with
des
you
femmes
here
dans la
today to
société.
speak about
Je suis très
energy.
heureuse d'être
I really
présente
think that
aujourd'hui, de
women
parler
in the
d'énergie,
Mediterranean region have
de
a good
parler de la
role,
région
and they have
interméditerranéenne.
a lot of space to do even more. A lot has been done, a lot has to be done. So let me introduce today my speakers here with me. Efia Schmidt, head of the Policy Impact Unit Strategy at the European Investment Bank. Thanks for being with us. Miriam Kashimi, CEO of Sanji, a company that works on projects for solar farms and global solutions for farmers and corporates in Algeria, that is the country where you born in. And Virginie Monnier-Mag, that here represent the Clean Tech Valais, also partner, by the way, of this event, and she's also EDF, so Electricity of France group representative for this region. It's very important that we speak about energy here in Montpellier, as this city, this region is already doing a lot for green energy. So, Efia, I want to start with you, because here you represent a very important bank, So my first question for you is what investors, big investors, are doing in the energy sector in the Mediterranean. We know that a lot has been done about cooperation between the two shores of the Mediterranean. What is the role that you as an investor, your bank that you represent here, you have? And how do you see women's role emerging and improving in this sector?
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. I would like to thank you for the very warm welcome, especially also here at the legal faculty. I am a lawyer from training, so I feel very much at home. And also thank you for choosing this topic of energy for this, program, because I think it's become clear how important energy security has become in the current situation. And also linking it to the gender, because there is a huge gender gap in this sector in particular. I'd like to just highlight that currently only 32% women work in the renewable energy sector. And that only 60% of women are in the boards of energy utilities. Another figure perhaps of interest is that a study conducted in 72 countries found that there were only 6 female energy ministers in those countries. So there remains a lot to be done. Perhaps for those of you who don't know the European Investment Bank, we are based in Luxembourg, so at the very north of the Mediterranean. We have 51 offices and we operate across the globe in over 160 countries. In terms of investments, I think this was the question, and also it was raised in the previous panels. We provide financing mainly to support the environment, infrastructure, innovation, and SME financing. Over the last 10 years, we have been providing, in average, about 12 billion euros to the energy sector per year. About 10% of our financing is directed to outside the EU, and here the Mediterranean region plays a very important role. I would like to perhaps highlight a few of our key investments in the region, mainly in the southern neighborhood region, where we have been financing primarily big wind parks in Egypt, in Jordan, and also in Morocco, and providing energy security and access to millions of people. And what I would like to stress is that this is of importance to both shores of the Mediterranean, and this helps the integration of the energy markets. Now, as regards the role of women, I think it's very much important to highlight that we are not only the EU's climate bank, but that we also place a very large importance on the gender aspect, because women's rights are part of the EU values and of the Sustainable Development Goals. So whatever we do also needs to benefit women, and especially the access to energy is very important in that context, because it frees up productivity and actually is a very important economic factor, and it can also create employment for women, and this is what I would like to come back to. We absolutely need to ensure that employment is created for women, that women become more active in the energy sector, and this is why when we finance, we ensure that such criteria are also met. And my colleague from the private sector in the previous panel had mentioned the ESG, so the environmental, social and governance, which is very important, and where we have developed together with other financiers criteria which help investors to guide their investment towards gender smart financing. So this is something we continue to do, and again, thank you for having me, and I leave it here for the moment.
You have already mentioned the gender gap in the sector that is still wide, and this is another thing that we hope to be solved in the next years. According to the Women's Forum Barometer on Gender Equity that basically collects data from G20 countries, women, for example, are more motivated to decrease CO2 emissions, feeling that they're doing good for the planet. But if we are going to see then the number of delegation and the components of delegation on climate conferences, also energy conferences, are still dominated by men. In my country, Italy, the number of men components is double comparing to the one of women. Miriam, you are an example that something different can be possible because you are an entrepreneur yourself in energy sector, in both shores of the Mediterranean, let's say. So how women can be actor in this sector, and how the cooperation between the two shores of the Mediterranean in the energy sector can be also useful to improve greater cooperation between the two shores of the Mediterranean.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais vous répondre également en français en commençant à rendre hommage.
I'm going to answer in French, and thank you to Chiara for having me. Chiara is very humble, but she has been for her whole life traveling around the world to explain, to be here and to do what you do. And thank you to Jean-Christophe, who is very committed as well. And thank you for both of you to have created this event today and having all of us here today. So thank you very much to both of you. Chiara, I'm taking from my time of speech to tell you this because beyond your role as a model, you have been part of the writing of the document that we have signed about the global changes and global warming. And the woman. So there is a link, very strong link, because as a woman, we take care. We take care of the life because we carry life. We take care of our community and we take care of our families. And on this planet, who has suffered so much, and as it is about preserving our planet, the place of women and the woman in Mediterranean is an evidence, is something that has to be done. And thank you very much also to La Tribune for organizing this event. And Chiara, you are marking the history for what you've done and your experience all over the years. So thank you so much for this. So it is a fight, indeed, the energy in the Mediterranean Sea. It is a fight and a necessity, and fortunately we're here as warriors to succeed. The population in Mediterranean has tripled from 100 million to 300 million. So we have continued trading, we have continued exchanging and trading in cultural and political levels. We have continued to build bridges, but the inequalities continue, and they are lasting between gender or between the North Shore or the South Shore. But we need this energy to succeed, to reduce the inequalities. And we have producers countries who produce oil and gas, and we have also strong consumers. So the population who has tripled, the energetic demand has been multiplied by 4. So we need urgently to implement the link between the producers and the consumers. And this is the reason why I have decided to create in Algeria, for now 10 years, a company in the solar energy. Algeria is a producer of energy. It's a country who has no debts and who has a lot of connection with Italy and Spain through gas conducts. And it is an evidence that the ecological transition has to go through my country and thanks to my country. So we can see it today with the crisis in Ukraine, that the energy is still a blackmail mean. So it is a mean of destabilization. So it is a mean of proper resources and peace from the consumers and the producers. Of course, I want to talk about Africa and the link and the relationships between the women in political area. But today it is possible. We have the infrastructures, whether it is electrical cables or gas structures. I talked about Algeria, but of course, let's talk about Syria, Egypt, Libya. With those 4 countries, we can give the need of Europe. I won't bother you with the need of oil that we need in the next years. But the Union for the Mediterranean proves it. We have a potential with solar energy and wind energies, which is huge. And in terms of production, the solar panels, we have everything we need and all the natural resources in this region. We need lithium, we need the cover, so we have everything we need. So this is the reason why I really committed myself to create entrepreneurship, and because when we want to participate to change the world, we can do it in the association, in the political area, but I chose to do it in the entrepreneurship. And with what method? With the auto-consumption. Because auto-consumption is freedom. You will produce at home and you will consume at home. You don't need to have interdependence with other countries. You don't need to have connection with other countries, even if they do exist, but you are independent in terms of energies. This has been for a long time reduced. It's like, if we give an example, as if the post company would have stopped us 20 years ago from sending emails. So we have launched a few years ago in photovoltaic also area.
About geopolitics, but at the same time, this could be an opportunity, to improve some kind of cooperation, speaking about energy. And I want to go to you, Virginie, because your organization, La Clean Tech Valley, believes that innovation must be at the service of the territories for a successful energy and social transition. So based on your experience also as EDF, in EDF, how innovation can be a tool in this work and also a tool in the hands of women?
Alors, bonjour à toutes et tous. Merci
Thank
d'organiser.
you for organizing this round table around energy, because we can see with Ukraine crisis that the world is changing, and this climate change can be seen as something dispiriting, but also as an opportunity to create differently something else. So I represent today EDF that has just wrote its reason for being, and it's an energy without energy future without carbon. I'm also a president of the association Clean Tech Valley that we've been creating with local collectivities and 11 industrials. Our goal is to address those mistakes that come from the climate change. I'm going to give you two figures of what's expecting us and why we have to change our model. We have to lower our energy consumption of 40% to leave hydrocarbons. So it means half what we are using today. And to reach with this zero carbon neutrality, we have to divide by 10 the development of renewable energies. And here in Montpellier, I think you don't know that we're here in the hub of renewable energies in France. Today, all companies on the renewable are in Montpellier. It's more 1 billion euros of activity, and EDF today has settled its headquarters of European headquarters for photovoltaic energy here in Montpellier. So this means that this history is being built here today. And how are we going to build history? First, how do we get women and girls in technical and digital and mathematical jobs? Why? Because energy transition has a really big technological aspect. The second aspect on which we'll have to work a lot is acceptability, the social contract that will be implemented to develop this new economy. Everybody wants us to do renewables, but nobody wants it next door. So this is a real big issue as regards to relations to the others. And women have a big role to play in this aspect, as much as in the technical aspect. And the second aspect is innovation. I'm the president of an accelerator, Kintech Booster, so we support dozens of startups in the area of economic climate transition. We create hundreds of employments every year, and I have only 30% of those startups that are led by women. Well, it's better than 15 or 20, we would say, but it's not enough. So the second element is how to boost innovation and how to ensure that innovation is carried by women for 50%. And so it's maybe hard to do, but it's also an opportunity. Today we have the luck, we are lucky because climate change allows us to give some meaning to the social and professional role of women. And with the association Click Valley, we've created a master at the University of Montpellier called Ecological and Transition and Circular Economy. We created it 2 years ago. It's the third promotion. The first year we had 100 candidates, last year 400 candidates, and this year more than 500 candidates, and it's mostly women. So this gives us a lot of hope, and when we ask them why they do this training, it's because they want to have a positive impact on climate change and in the energy area. So I think we have this opportunity to change our economy and our relationships. And as women, we have a role to play in this, which is essential.
It's coming back again. We are speaking also before about education, the importance to invest in education, the importance to give girls and women the opportunity to have access to all the subjects they need to participate to any change in the future, also in the energy sector. Time is over, but I want to give you back the word for one closing sentence. Your call to action for what can we do really in short time. Okay, you have your...
La meilleure
The
façon de
best
faire en
way
sorte
to
que les
ensure that women have empowerment in this sector is to consume feminine by financing empowerment. They won't have to ask anyone for money, so each time you can buy feminine.
In the Mediterranean to change how we are operating and also to include women. And I hope that this year's COP in Sharm el-Sheikh will really set the stage for a new way of addressing this. And as the EIB, we will be there to support this transformation. Thank you.
Virginie, your call to action.
Alors moi, je pense que c'est comment construire.
So I think that it is how can we build a new world together. When I say together, it's as women, but with men. It's between generations, between territories, between everywhere in Mediterranean. So together.
Energy, I think that we can make something good for the future. Thanks again, everyone. Thanks again, Chiara, also to bring me here.
Merci
and I
beaucoup.
leave the floor to my colleagues, Liana.
S'il vous plaît, juste quelques secondes, simplement une bonne nouvelle. Ne vous inquiétez
Just
pas.
a few minutes. We are not going to pull lunch. We're just going to have lunch at the Spanish time. So in 30 minutes, we will have lunch served outside. So please stay for this last round table before we do the lunch. We prepare everything that we need to eat and drink. But first, we will listen to you, ladies. Thank you for this new round table. Hello, thank you very much. My name is Eliana Mistreta. I'm a journalist from RAI, Italia. And we work on women in the Mediterranean region. Thank you for inviting us. It is a pleasure. The title is about strength, the strength of women for a sustainable and strong economy. I was born in the middle of the Mediterranean Sea, and in all my path, professional and personal, I have been in the Mediterranean region, and I've always noticed the strength of women. But unfortunately, I have And not always this strength has been able to succeed in economical field. So I will present now Niveen El Tahi, who's the founding president of the Delta Investment Holding in Egypt. Thank you for being with us. But first of all, I would like to invite you to watch a video that was sent by Elena Bonetti, who is the Minister for Equal Opportunity and the Family in Italy. Unfortunately, she was not able to be present today, but she sent us a video. So please, let's watch together the video.
Good morning. I am delighted to participate today in the Forum for the Future of the Mediterranean. I thank you, La Tribune, for the kind invitation and for the implementation of the Women for Future initiative. I wish to thank my friend Chiara Corazza, and let me say that she is really an example of women committed to gender equality. Women's strength is very inspiring. When we talk about inequality, gender gaps, and an unfavorable position, we must consider that for too long, great energy and potential of female world has put in the dark. Emphasizing female strength allows us to build a positive narrative. We must break the stereotype that women are the weaker sex. The historical moment we are living through requires us to persevere in the effort to redefine the economic system and equilibrium, whether nationally, regionally, and globally. The pandemic and the current conflict, on top of the existing factors of destabilization, continue to provide us with new and unexpected challenges. Such a context of high instability too often see women impacted more than men. They are instead the source of unexploited energies and new ideas in the quest for sustainable, resilient, inclusive development. Reshaping the global economic structure now moves along two major lines: the digital revolution and the green transition. To address these two main challenges and to increase the involvement of women in new economic processes, we need to promote the study of STEM disciplines. On this point, I think it is crucial to incentivize exchange programs, in particular for girls between Mediterranean countries. These considerations were at the core of the work done by the Italian G20 presidency last year. We worked on a political and strategic vision aimed at promoting more equitable development for all by promoting gender equality. Based on these premises, I promoted the organization of the first conference dedicated to the issue of women's empowerment in the context of the G20. The goal at the heart of the conference was to give a concrete structure to a platform for discussion that could promote synergetic actions and shared commitments. It is no longer possible to shape our future with a fragmented approach. Still, we need a comprehensive and more articulated vision that can ensure policies, coherence and coordination across a broad spectrum of institutions and partners. For this reason, we need to set a complete transformative agenda that addresses all the different aspects of women's life. Undoubtedly, such a collective vision applies most effectively in a regional context of proximity, as in the case of the Mediterranean region. Women's economic empowerment requires that all barriers that prevent them from being both a mother and a worker should be removed. We need to strengthen policy commitments and actions to close gender gaps in the labor market and to guarantee women's access to leadership roles. And finally, we can't forget how crucial economic empowerment is in the fight against male violence against women, both to protect women and to ensure they have an autonomous and independent future. I am moving towards a conclusion. Over the past 2 years, we have made necessary steps in recognizing the value of women. But we need to step forward and move from the theory to concrete application. We are well aware that is not going to be tomorrow, but we must start this change today. Here, I look with hope to my colleagues in the Mediterranean region so that, together, we can promote the empowerment of all women and girls. Thank you all for your attention.
Merci à Madame la Ministre Bonetti. Donc,
Thank you. So, Nevin,
story is just an example of how women can breach barriers in the political and economic world, and your example can be very, very inspirational. But what have been the most important challenges you had to face in your professional life?
Thank you, and I think it's a pleasure to be here and be among all of you, and thank you, Chiara, for having me here in Tribune. The most challenging part, I think, I witnessed after having reached a certain stage in my career. I think it's when you, as a youngster, I've always been the daughter of a diplomat and the eldest of 3 girls, so we didn't have a brother. So we've always never felt the gender issue ever being there. It was only, I think, when I started after banking, I became a senior banker at the Chase Manhattan National Bank in Egypt. And there's the glass ceiling that we all know is there. When I started my first company as an entrepreneur, it was with the opening up of the Egyptian Stock Exchange. And I think this is when I started seeing the challenges then. It was only then that I realized the gender issue, and I remember the minister calling the prime minister saying, we want you to meet, it was, I think, the World Bank, to talk about gender. And I sat there thinking, gender? What gender? That's the starting point where I realized being a woman in the financial world, and especially in a very man's world, was very difficult. You're always seen as, what are you doing here? And it was the reason why I hired many women, and then we became many women in the industry. So, but the challenges are many, and I think the challenges for an entrepreneur is equal for men and women, but women have to work 10 times as much before they are seen as unequal to the man.
Nevin, we see that women can really give a great contribution to a strong and durable economy. But sometimes in the Mediterranean area, we see so many talented girls who are forced to leave their countries from the southern shore toward northern Europe, or even abroad, even in other countries. So what can be done in order to keep these girls, these young women, to stay in their countries? Because as a matter of fact, when so much talented girls and students leave their countries, the Mediterranean countries, it is an impoverishment of their countries. So what can be done to encourage these girls to stay, just like you did? You traveled all over the world, but you're working in Egypt.
Maybe in Egypt we don't leave as much as other countries do. We have a lot of women. Egyptians by nature, they come back home, and hence even my children, they were brought up, they were educated abroad. They're working outside, but I know they're coming back. And the thing is, most of they move according to opportunity. And opportunity is what makes the difference anywhere in the world. So if you have an opportunity to come to France, you're looking, what is it that is in France that's there, or in Italy, or everywhere? But I think in Egypt we have lots of opportunities, and hence comes why entrepreneurship is really growing. And when it comes to entrepreneurship, it doesn't matter if you're a woman or a man. It depends on what is it that you have actually decided to do. And I mean, I have a venture capital fund that I started, and I can tell you that the majority of the companies we invested in are women-owned and women-led, and I was lucky that they're coming to the women, probably because you understand how they think. So the leaving part is not, I think it was mentioned earlier, it's when there's this transition period when they get married and then they come back. I think this is what we can do, is we don't have the luxuries that other countries have in terms of you have a creche, or you have but we have a support system which is not available in most of the European countries, or much more. So the support system is in your family, in household, and other things. So it's a choice you make with the pros and cons, and decide where the pros are as against the cons.
Of course, the role of women in economy depends so much on the educational system, the access to capitals. There are so many entrepreneur women, but sometimes we don't have access to capitals, or also the legal framework, which is fundamental, because laws existing in the countries, just like you mentioned, the support system in Egypt, the laws that regulate the access and the work of women not always are at the stage that can help women achieve their dreams. So we only have a few minutes, Nevin, but I'd like to conclude by asking you, what, considering your successful story, what advice would you give to young women in the Mediterranean in order to enter the world of economy, because we can really make a change?
I think it's always hard work. I think women are multitaskers. Women are very intelligent. They do 10 things at the same time. And it's never to give up. I think persistence is one of the most important things that women have to do, and continued education, because to a great extent we think that when we finish university or whatever, no, continued education, because the education system is moving at a very fast pace. We see the young people with their digital knowledge, and we don't have an equal knowledge. So how can I make sure that I'm always up to the same level, because you play a role model as you grow into these different categories of a career growth. You want to make sure that the younger generation are also looking at you with the same mentorship, and how you can make sure that you give back to the economy, which is why today I'm in Parliament. I was nominated by the President to sit there. Thank you.
So, Nevin El Tahre, thank you very much for giving us your experience that can be really a great inspiration. I thank you very much for being here. Thank you to the Minister Bonetti for her contribution. Je vous remercie tous et toutes. Et donc,
thank you all, and now it's time for the break and for lunch. Thank you very much.
m'entendez? Alors, pour cette deuxième partie de la journée, nous allons évoquer donc, le talent des femmes pour l'émergence des nouveaux talents. Donc, j'accueille à ma table, tout au bout, Claire Gomard. Donc Claire, vous êtes cofondatrice de Care Capital, une société d'investissement en capital développement et capital transmission. À côté d'elle, Cathy.
In HEC in Paris, we are very happy to have experimented people, people who work in big companies, in startups. So we have the whole economic line is working, is present in our centers. So I can notice that the talent change very quickly with a lot of different factors, and it's a big challenge. There are some factors from radical changes that is demanded by the new technology. There is a demographic change with the generation, what we call the millennial generation, young people who have different expectations. And the way companies used to be organized is very different from what they are now. So it is a double challenge. So how can we develop these new talents? So if I'm talking about a board of directors, the question of talent is also something that is a concern for the companies. How do we keep the best? How do we attract the best and keep them? Because the directors know that this is where we put the creation, apart from capital and physical. The human part is the most important. Virginie, you work with the youth in your school. What are the aspirations that are similar to young ladies and young men? So yes, indeed, there are similarities, maybe even more than before. And what is important is this kind of comparison that we have between the youngest generation and our generation of us here in the room. I could observe 5 points that are very strong. So first, you said it, it's the generation that want to be in entrepreneurship. They study and they work as entrepreneurs as well at the same time. they have all created their website of e-commerce, which is sometimes not very declared to the taxes. But anyway, I work with people who have a Masters of Arts or Master degree in the second year, and they are students and they have their website aside. So they are themselves actors. They have a lot of jobs apart from the studies. So this is where the idea came from of putting entrepreneurs module in every Masters of Arts and degrees in France. Because if my generation endorsed the beginning of job with searching for jobs was very difficult, because we used to live under our parents' paradigm, which was to stay in the same company forever. So it was a bit difficult for us to be in the market. But for this generation, they want to have short commitment with the companies, or sometimes even none. Zero commitment to companies, because they have different strategy of careers. And they're right. The third point is the respect between the private life and the professional life. We asked ourselves, and I asked myself, when I was with a burnout and I had too much to think about with my baby I had to raise and my job, I wondered what I should do. And the young people today, even before to have a family, they ask themselves about this possibility. The fourth point, as you said, is the adequation to the values. The young people are much more mature than we are to identify their own value, to identify the market they want to grow in, and the market they don't want to grow in. So they look for structures that are adequate to their own values. And finally, a strong expectation, sometimes too strong, of the companies. It is maybe our fault as well, because it is the education that we gave them, maybe too individualist education. But this expectation from the company can be legitimate, but we have to balance between being in the company and being too individualist. So it is the balance that we have to have. And 80% of the contract that young people have in alternating in companies is that this time, normally, the student decide to end their contract with the companies and not the other way around. The company was telling me, "Oh, this is so strange. I'm very stressed because the young student, they want to go out, and normally it's the other way around." So for you, what observation do you have? So I won't be repeating, because we have the same problematics. I represent here the training for the CCE, which is the Chamber of Commerce and Industry. We have the Purple Campus, which is our organ of training. It exists in the whole territory, 17 sites in France. And we have more than 100 diplomas from the CAP, a professional capacity, to engineering. So we have different types of work training program and study, like proper studies. On Purple Campus, we also have the continue training. So there are people from 16 years old to people who are employees in companies. And our role in this Chamber of Commerce and Industry is to accompany the companies to a new way of recruiting. As Virginie was saying, the new young people who have new paradigm and new ideas of job employment. So we want to give solution of accompanying to CEOs to recruit these new talents and new young people who ask different things. And this individual accompanying can be explained in how can we establish the relationship with the employers and employees. So our job is to accompany them and to be on the field. So Agathe Boisdin, you are on the side of the people who recruit because you have decided to renew your teams. So what do you look for in this young or less young generation? So I work in the fishing company, a fishing area. So the people who work with fishing work with passion. So it's inside them. So they don't think that they will work their whole life in the same company, of course, but what we can bring them is the new vision. How will they evaluate and how can we accompany them evaluate? And I listen what you said about the master's degrees. But for us, the people who work with selling are people who have professional qualifications. So they evaluate in a logic that balance personal and professional life, and with the objective to have a professional career, of course. So this mixity between the fishing world and the people who are passionate about fishing is a bit difficult because we have to really have a good balance. And we have to work with the other function of the companies and with what one or the other can bring to the companies. Claire, you have some numbers about the commitment of companies, numbers that are not very good. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here. So yes, indeed, at Care Capital, we have been interested in understanding the transformation of the workspace in order to reduce the demotivation, this feeling of unempower. Maybe, I don't know, maybe some of you in the room have felt it in the past, and this feeling of being underestimated is like, how do you recognize yourself in this feeling? Also, about this new talent, we talk about the capacity of influence. How can I influence my work environment? And the third point is the control. We have looked at several numbers. I will give you several numbers. So according to Indeed, and the bad numbers, 60% of the employees and 80% of people looking for a job want to change employers or change jobs. And another number that is scaring us, young people in the millennial generation, or over 60%, want to leave their companies in the next 2 years. So we have to think about those numbers. What can we do to have those talents more satisfied and satisfy their needs and satisfies their need to be listened to? How can we promote them inside the companies? What kind of well-being can we bring to them? What kind of management can we implement? So we have found a definition that says that if the companies improves the health and the well-being of the environment of work, then the commitment gets higher. So this is what we've been working with. Agathe, I come back to you, and you have had a career as a CEO, and you have lived a part of your life in the United States. Of course, we won't say here that the women are better than men to find talents, but you say that there's some difference that happened. So I love and I am an adept of parity, but I believe that we don't act the same way, and women and men have different qualities and negative points. So about recruitment, on the part of know-how, how to detect the know-how of each one, we have to know about the self skills. And about the recruitment, we need to look for the capacities, because we have a sensibility, we have empathy, all that makes us women. It is a deep conviction that I have, that women have this talent to perceive and to observe those personal skills. So yes, I think it is important. Marina, you think of the talent of women to building systems. We think sometimes that socialization in the parity context is used as an element which is negative, that lead women to behave with a certain restriction. But I think that socialization and the role that women had in history can be very positive, in the sense that women had and still have the consulting role and the consulting of the ecosystem role in the media, in their family, in their community, the society in general. So I think we are in a moment which is very uncertain, where the boundaries are moving. And we need the women to be builders about systems that are around them. And I won't go with the stereotypes, but we need empathy.
But I think they had a great strength to have this ability to watch inside the pool of new talents. This is what they call caregiver in English. Caregivers. For the new generation that is coming, but also to the previous generation. So this continuity is also that strength to find talents, as we were talking about before with Cécile. New talents are not only young people, it's also people who are officially retired but still have a long time and a lot of energy and dynamism and great skills that they can use in a productive way. For executives in a company, now it's becoming very easy with platforms where you can hire people, and so we need to be able to use these strengths in the context of companies and outside. So maybe we can say a word about your association, Network for Women in Leadership. Yeah, I'm still very active. I am on in the board of directors in this association, and also in. So this organization gathers women in important sectors like the Golden Triangle, I call it: public administration, private sector, and civil society. We have women of a certain age and also a certain experience that support the new promotion of women. We have an official program called Emerging Talents, and we constantly invest every day in a promotion of 40 or more young executives, women, that we support all along the year with a specific program and give them the opportunity to have a creative impulsion. We invite as well elected members and leaders so that they can have some kind of box, a sandbox, a space, a safe space where they can develop and practice their leadership skills and really integrate into a network. Because this is our strength. This is what we call ecosystem. We build networks that can train women to develop. So even if things are progressing, improving, so we can still say that technological and technical and industrial sectors are not really made for women now. How can we make more efforts, maybe in education, in training? What are the obstacles for women? Maybe Virginie? about legitimacy, about women. You talk about boldness that doesn't have any gender. So two things about the question you asked before, about breaking stereotypes and having some sectors that are specific to, allegedly to men. So we have to improve things so you have to break the stereotypes to make parents in particular aware of that, so that they don't ask their children to specific sectors, and we have to implement measures, and maybe we have to adapt the processes that were built in a systemic way, not to harm, but still. And as regards to being bold, I will start with a sentence from Françoise Giroud in 1983. The woman would be equal to man the day when, at an important position, we would name a woman that doesn't have the skills. So this shows this systemic aspect of the whole fight for gender equality. And I also think that we have to stop feeling like victims. We have to work on ourselves and not to be general, I had the chance to manage teams, and my experience is that if even men came to talk to me and said, I have a potential and invest on me, well, maybe it's a generality, but still, when women came, opened the door and came to me, they said, I did this, I proved this. And in a way, in some way now, we have to repair something. So when I talk about being bold, and maybe let's be more crazy. Let's believe in ourselves more. So yeah, so I'm talking about projects on the field that show that what you just said. When we talk to companies or to young people, we say dare and trust. And our role as women who come to a company to support is to give trust. So trust is very important. Self-confidence is very important. So I was lucky on the field in a campus in Béziers. The promotion this year is essentially feminine, made of women. So I was proud to propose a competition, a wine competition, because winery is not a job for women. So, and they managed to create a wine menu proposed to the best restaurants in our department, in our region, and it was highlighted in the news for a while, and this temporary menu will be presented during the whole summer with their names. And just to finish, as regards to industry, as we were saying, it's a profession that needs to be cleaned. We have a lot of potential of industrial women. We have issues with young people, and our job in ICC is we've created the HR club to gather companies and to create projects. We go to schools and we give a better image of industry. We create ICC events to promote the profession in industry and about feminization of employment. So I got you are a woman working with men in the fishing area, a model role. So how was your arrival in this company and how did you recruit? So I took this company at the trade tribunal 1 year ago. There were 5 files and I was the only woman accompanied with 2 men. So this is when it started. So the committee had voted for another file because I arrived as a woman in an environment where 80% of the people are men. And I didn't know anything about fishing, so I had 2 challenges to address and 2 handicaps. So I went to meet them, and I went to meet the 40 shops. And we had a big meeting in October, and I could see that there were human values. And we created a project, a company project, to try and reach parity in my company. So my management direction is mainly masculine, but I have also women working with me. So one last question, Claire Goma. Business women always have more difficulties to access to financing in certain sectors. At Care Capitals, women represent 3% of the deals. So you decided to have an active approach. So how are you going to find women and women talents? Yeah, for 3 years I've been focusing on leader women. So, and the SME is the area where we invest. So out of the 60,000, only 10,000 are women. So either we inject cash or we create transmission capital or both. And it really isn't much. 87% of the operations are led by men. So I was proposed to create a fund, and I was ashamed because I didn't know any woman who is CEO. So I thought, yeah, that's perfect. I will use my concept that I have in my association. I mean, the concept of a club to gather and create meetings in the regions. So I've organized 45 clubs in 2.5 years. And I would love to organize one in Montpellier, but it was too short for the moment. And so the aim is to go and see women, to go and talk with leader women, business women, with tools like society.com. And I also watched criteria such as beauty, which markets, which trends, and also being able to meet those women. I've met 2,500 women, remotely or in person, and they came to 45 clubs. So it's a way to gather them by sector, by region, or by challenge strategic. So we support around 30 leading women today in the their company or to create company or to take over a company. And some women are just expecting to identify one asset in their region, and so that they can go back to their region. When you see the big groups with huge HR teams, and then you have the startups that earn a lot of money, everything seems so easy, and the poor SME has really little resources. Most of them don't have any HR team. So I want to be at the service of those teams and create some kind of pilot group with HR managers, talking about inclusion, diversity, and adding media. It's an EBIT and revenue is not the most important thing. Are people happy in their company after 5 years? Is it worth if the whole company goes through a burnout? So this is why we created Care and those clubs. Thank you very much. We're going to stop now. So I let the next session, creativity of women to promote durable tourism.
Hello everyone, I am very happy to be here. My name is Raphaël Duchemin, and the reason I am very happy to be here is because me too, apart from being a journalist, I defend the women's cause with the media that you know, with the media that I hope you know, which is called Visible. And La Tribune invites us regularly, on a regular basis, and I thank Jean-Christophe Tortora to have invited us to be here today, because with the whole team of Visible, we know that women are a chance, and a shared chance. So I wanted to invite you to connect to Visible, where we convey those messages, and the more the messages are conveyed, the more visible they become on the digital field. And the second reason I'm very happy to be with you today is because we are in the Mediterranean region, and I am from here as well. So I'm not from Montpellier, I'm from Toulon, which is in the Var, in the department of the Var. It's not very far from here, but the creativity of women to promote the sustainable tourism. It is our topic now. So the Mediterranean Sea is a link. It is a side of our civilization. We have said that this morning, with these horizons far away. And I would like to stimulate our curiosity and imagination, because we always wonder what is there over there, behind the horizon line, and to be aware of the fragility of the ecosystem that is around us and the necessity of preserving it. So what can we do to protect, but also continue to satisfy our need of traveling and know new places? Well, I would like to put our guest to think about it, and I can guarantee you that you will imagine what happened. So I am very happy to welcome Her Royal Highness Princess Beatrice of Bourbon of the Two Sicilies. We're very, very happy to have you here. Claire Hart, who is a city councillor and vice president of the metropolis in charge of the international relationships. Open on the Mediterranean, of course, and Nathalie Stobler, who is the president and CEO of Transavia France. So we're here together to see how women's creativity can promote the sustainable tourism. And as a journalist, I made my researches. And we are getting closer to the holidays, and there is one study, CSA, who was published that shows that today sustainable tourism is a criteria for 93% of the travelers. But what is a sustainable tourism? I would like to ask you this question. Who wants to start and answer? Should I choose? Natalie, maybe it's you, which is the core of your profession. So hello, everyone. I have the chance of directing a company that link different places of the Mediterranean, and I'm very happy. We have 200 links and in Europe, but also all the countries around the Mediterranean. So one of our objectives of the United Nations is this. And what is behind this notion? Of course, the economy. Tourism is a high percentage of the richness of a country. This sustainable tourism is also about preserving environment, to make sure that our impact is as low as possible on the environment, and also about society, where we have men and women who are engaged on activities that create employment. So this is one of the objectives, and it is exactly the objective number 8 of the United Nations. So what do we say? What do we do when we are a company as mine? A company which allows people to travel on the sustainable tourism. The idea is to make community live. It is 60% of the GDP. And we work on a part of tourism, and we want to make sure that we don't have a strong impact on environment. Yes, we emit CO2. This is a fact. And as an aircraft company, we want to do as much as we can to reduce those emissions. So they are industrials that work on reducing those emissions. There are some important actions in Occitanie in this area. companies that are engaged and committed to this problematic and to have aircraft that don't emit CO2. And this part is really a responsibility of ours. So you are from the Mediterranean area. You were born, Your Royal Highness, in Saint-Tropez. So I was born in Saint-Raphaël, and I am very proud of being born there in this region of Saint-Raphaël, in the department of the Var. When you have started to imagine different travels to value the inheritance, so it was really sustainable development that you were doing without knowing it. Yes, absolutely. I worked in tourism for about 30 years, first of all in a national company, and then I started to organize thematic travels. I got very invested in Italy and in southern Italy, but also in other countries. And I tried indeed to get people to know the history of the cities, of the countries and the traditions, the national holidays, their specificities, and going everywhere in the villages and the countryside, at the sea, I could meet so many interested women, women who had such wonderful talents. And we encouraged them to have their knowledge and know-how known by everyone. There are so many professions in the Mediterranean area, so many professions that are disappearing. This looks really unthinkable, but it is a fact. So I really say that I met so many wonderful women, cooperative associations. Those actions made those women independent and recognized in their village, throughout their families, and helped their families. And I am very, very happy about it. So it is an economic leverage for inheritance, and also about this fundamental data. In terms of the metropole, Occitania, and the city, it is really an area where we have a lot of tourism. Claire Hart, do you have the feeling that tourism was put a bit aside because of the pandemic, but do you think that there is really a before and an after pandemic, how to act on how we do the tourism? So yes, of course. So first of all, thank you and hello to everyone. Very happy to be here. And I really think there is an before and an after COVID. There are people who emerged from this pandemic, people who wanted to travel, people who wanted to see what there is, in fact, on the planet, beyond the boundaries and the borders. So now we're suffering a little bit from the very high temperature, and we can see that it is a bit more difficult to travel as we used to before. Before we used to travel and get the first plane that we could get, but now it's a bit more different. We have realized the fragility of what is around us. We have realized the fragility of the planet, of what we have at our disposal, and also a consciousness of the fact that we are here, women and men, part of the change. So there is a true desire of fair travel. And when we look at the numbers of the travels today, we can see that the travels that are said sustainable travels, where we respect the planet, where we respect ecosystems, when we choose means of transportations that respect the planet and that have less impact on the environment, well, those travels are on the high. So I found out that on the travels today, there are travels that are aimed at women specifically. Travels for women, by companies here in France or elsewhere. Here in France, there is a company which is called We Are Backpackers, which has been created by women and are aimed to women for them to travel efficiently and fairly. And we can see that there is an opening to a different way of traveling. So I could see the studies.
So there is a paradox. That's what we want, but when we have to pay for the travel or the destination to the destination, so there are a lot of other parameters at stake. So maybe you can answer, Natalie, as well. Can we combine those different commitments? We want to invest on sustainable travels, but maybe it's a little bit more expensive for now. Well, yeah, that's also the reason why, as an airline, Transavia is part of the Air France group. We send a very strong message. We do our best to reduce. We can't totally take all those emissions, but we're investing in modern fleets. So this is participating in the economic ecosystem of this region. So the Airbus 321neo will reduce the emissions by 15%. So it's really a lot. It's investment, but with an impact in the end. And we also take our responsibilities in our operations every day. Our pilots are committed in co-piloting. We are also helped by two startups, one from Toulouse called Open Airline, and they will give us flight data, for example, continuous slow descent, and which will help us use less fuel. And then we can decide how much we can gain in terms of carbon. So we're already making a lot of efforts and get a lot of help for that. Another startup helped us to optimize our figures. So we will involve the teams in the reduction in operations. It's 5%, maybe it's not much, but it is in addition to the 15% we've talked about before. And then where we can see an improvement, we have to promote the professions. And as regards to the sector of sustainable and alternative fuel. So now, for the moment, we're having test flights. So now we just ask for 1% of sustainable fuel. And then this fuel will allow us later to emit less carbon. So yeah, you frequently pointed out, and we frequently see what is not done by airlines. People talk about the aircrafts as a way to travel, which is polluting, but we can see that there are real efforts that are made, and we cannot stop the flights. We saw it during the pandemic. Yeah, and also we say, well, we needed aircraft during pandemic for vaccines, to convey vaccines and masks, but it's also a vector of links between the people. we had to stop for 3 months during the pandemic, and the first flights before the opening of the frontiers and the airports, it was were flights to help people come back from France, French people, for example, or binational people. And so the first flights were from Morocco. It was really commotioning because people could see their family again. So we do our best to reduce the footprint, but the aircraft is still the vector of exchanges and connection between people. So Béatrice, here in Montpellier, we're in the heart of the tourism land and patrimonial land. There are a lot of sites that are classified in the World Patrimony. So these advantages, do we have to change, to modify them, to value them more? Well, I'm happy to have you by my side because you are the entry door in countries. For example, is it possible to imagine maybe contracts with tourism schools of the different countries? When the steward, for example, is telling the arrival in a city, maybe it's possible that she talks about, gives a few figures about the city, because usually when people arrive in a country, they barely know something about the country. They're arriving, so maybe it would be an important message. That's just an idea. And a collaboration with schools, with the young in the schools, in tourism schools, for the transmission. As regards to announcements, it's always complicated because if we try to make some that are more explanatory, it's a lot codified. But we try to do it with our media. So sometimes we give a few tips. Maybe in tourism schools, well, we don't work with them. This may be new, but we work with tourism offices of the countries, the way they want to develop. For example, in Morocco, the office tries to develop a lot of tourism in regions that are rural. This is important because this will create a lot of wealth. So in the touristic development, there are a lot of things about durability related to rurality. So we're trying to connect with those territories to try and understand what they are trying to develop. So maybe there is an idea for the schools. So how do you manage to value more your region? What can we imagine to go further? Well, locally, of course, we work with the UNESCO and a lot of labels that help us protect and promote sustainable territory. But I'd like to go on the other side of the Mediterranean Sea and talk about those women on this side, this other side. We have the cities, collectivities, inter-collectivities working in international action, international solidarity, cooperation, decentralized cooperation. And when we have a project, we always have a technical approach, clearing water, agroecology, a lot of topics, and we've decided to systematically work in parallel on business projects for women, and very frequently, that's what we've been doing for 2 years. It's systematically about sustainable tourism. I have 2 examples. Currently, we are working in the Vallée de l'Argan, Argan Valley in Morocco, which is a beautiful area. Everybody wants to go and spend holidays there. But we don't know how to do that. So now we have women cooperatives which are organizing and structuring in connection with us. So it's a go back and forth. It's not just Montpellier coming there and giving lessons. On the contrary, we also learn from those women. In exchange, we built in exchange, and we support the implementation of sustainable tourism in this valley. So the water part is in place now, so we can accompany the tourists that want to come there correctly. And women organize gîtes and the whole industry around that. So this is a very, very real and concrete project, and which allows those women to have a business activity in parallel to their daily activity on this area. And these are women who are implementing this. Yeah, only women, only women. And if we have a look at the figures of sustainable tourism in the world, 80% comes from women. 80% is carried by women. But Africa, Middle East, Southeast Africa, it's always women that carry those companies with microfinancing. We have a lot of things to say about that, but it's always women that carry forward and create those companies. It's very feminine. And on the other side of the Mediterranean Sea, we can see that in Morocco, in Algeria, we have similar projects there. And maybe beyond that, we have a lot of women acting and wanting to carry this project of sustainable tourism, to value their territory the way they want it to value it, and they show that they can do it, and also by showing the traditions of the territory. So it's really an exchange between offer and demand. So now we have to connect both of them. So every box is checked, because you check the economic box and the transmission box, and this necessity to be to transmit. So it's the women are the ones who transmit. Young generations are really eager to discover those traditions and this patrimony. You have a lot of requests for that? Yeah, regularly, on a regular basis. For example, as regards to recipes that were only used during certain celebrations, and now Great Chief use those recipes. So all those projects, all those objects, those recipes have a history and are part of their history and patrimony. So we can rethink us as women. We have the ability to rethink the offer. We think tourism in a different way. There was a time when we had mass tourism, in particular near the sea. So we'll have to transform this. And women have the keys today. Is it a possibility? Yeah, I think so. When we see that the millennial generation, X or nearly Z generation, asks for that, our generations are also going this way. So what may have been a niche in the past is becoming a very big opening request. So when I want to talk again about feminine travels, this sector is exploding. So we can see that all those women that want to travel the other side of the world and to discover differently, and be the countries and the world, and to venture to and also to feel safe and to. So, well, now when we see the figures, it's obvious that it is a very increasing request. So, what about your airline? How can you invest in those touristic projects? Can you be an actor, a stakeholder? Is there a way to imagine your involvement? Well, we are stakeholders because we develop connections. I was very interested this morning when I heard Egyptian women speakers online or in live. We've developed in Egypt very interesting projects. It's essential for us to have those local contacts because we are not tourism offices. Everyone has his own profession, but it is always very enriching to meet local offices to understand the development, their demands, their requests, how we can integrate. And we try and do that in every country. So I'm thinking about Portugal, which is a land that really wishes to develop tourism in regions underdeveloped as regards to tourism and to create wealth. So the idea is to understand by discussing with local stakeholders how to hear them better. So what I can hear in what you say is that there are a lot of values that are carried and that we need this tourism, this kind of tourism. So I don't know, maybe we can think about, in particular in historical sites or natural sites, collaboration from the tourists to commit them, to involve them in development actions. Maybe this is the sustainable tourism of tomorrow, this will to help preparing and recovering. What do you think?
I think it is a very good idea. We need project for this. I think that young people are ready to participate to this kind of projects. They really ask for projects like this. So it is an organization to implement, but it is an excellent idea. Like, for example, restaurants, or, for example, but not only restoration of patrimony. In Sicily, you have the island of Fig de Barbarie, which is very powerful. I'm very sorry for Moroccan who are here in the room, but it is another resource of income. And there are a lot of women. I say women because women are the one who invest. I have nothing against men who are committed in this kind of project, but we can see in the fact that the women are the one who invest. And they commit with essential oils and beauty products. Claire, and yeah, exactly. In this idea line on project in which we're working now in Algeria and Morocco, we have systematically an implication from the traveler, men or women, in this process, or for the cultivation of the organ oil, for example, or to help to clean a lake, but we have systematically, and at the demand of the women who create those companies, we have a demand to imply and to really commit the travelers, and the travelers come naturally. We're here at your house, at your place, and we want to understand how it works. We don't want to travel, let's say, stupidly. We want to travel smartly and practice the country. It is really based on the practice. And the women allow this. The women are in the heart of this machine to develop this sustainable tourism that we have today. Thank you, all of you, to be with us and to exchange with us on your vision of the sustainable tourism. Thank you. So hello everyone, I'm very happy to be here. I am Delphine Chen, president from the La Tribune Africa. We have talked about transformation and energy, and we will now talk about health. You know that we're here in Montpellier, which is the place for health. We have seen Isabelle Lafont about the medicine school. Recently, we have seen the Met Valley, which is a center for medicine as well. To talk about it, let's welcome Laurence Conté-Abrassus, who is the GE General Electric Healthcare France. We also have Elodie Bramandon, who's the city councillor in charge of addiction prevention. We have also Maria Solcementi, who's a researcher in rheumatology at the University of Rome. And online, I don't know if she's here, but we have Anan Sab, who is the CEO of PharmaMed in Lebanon. So we will talk about the role of women in health service. We will talk about health of women after COVID, and also the question of a more inclusive health. So I wanted to start with something that I heard yesterday. I was really seduced by this, but my only mom is a subject that is really important. It is something that is not gendered. Solo parent is difficult. I was myself raised by a man, my dad, alone, and it's something that I like to share. At 16 years old, I wanted to be a surgeon in Africa. And by then, I used to say surgeon male, but now I can say surgeon female. And I have now a degree of engineering. And it took me a long time to realize a key element, a key point, how to do it when you're a woman And when you're raised by a dad who was wonderful, who never asked to cook, but who instead took me in the garden and cut some wood, and how do you do to succeed in life? And so this is who I am. And health is an evidence for me. At 18 years old, I had a mother, even if she did not raise me, she was a nurse. And at 18 years old, I did my first internship at the hospital. I did not study medicine because, of course, it was a bit difficult financially for my dad, but I still did an engineering school in health domain. So I am very proud to be a French CEO, even if I work for an American company, but we still have thousands of employees in France. And I'm very proud of being an actor in health area. We were talking about it today at lunch with some of you. And it is possible to move the lines either in economy, in medicine, even if we don't work in politics. Now, Maria Sol, you are a researcher in rheumatology at the University in Rome. So yes, I'm a doctor. I'm a rheumatologist from the university. I have always wanted to work as a doctor. I'm a doctor's daughter. So all my life, I grew up in the public health. So I followed my passion, because for me to be a doctor is the most beautiful profession in the world. We take care of people, we cure people, we take out the pain from people, we cure the symptoms. So helping is something which is wonderful, and sometimes it is about miracles linked to research. So I wanted to continue working with public research, and as you can imagine, in Italy it is not always easy because of the finances that we have. But still, we work well and we work with passion. We have a team, a female team, young women and a women colleague who work always in rheumatology. So yeah, following my passion was a very important goal of my life. Thank you. It is very interesting because we can see that health area is a passion for all of you. So Elodie Bramadon, you are a city councillor in charge of addiction and prevention. Yes, so it is prevention of health and fight against addiction. So my professional path is about militant, and a militant about invisible people. So I think, for example, of homosexuals who were impacted by the HIV and the SIDA, so AIDS, and the uses of drugs in general, the double pain of being a drug consumer as well. So these women have a lot of pressure on them. And then we will talk about COVID, which was a very strong mental overload, which highlighted the difference between men and women in the world area. So now I will talk to Hanan Sab, who is with us from Lebanon.
Thank you, Chiara and La Tribune, for inviting me to participate in this session. I'm Hanan Sab, the CEO and founder of PharmaMed, a company that deals in the distribution and marketing of pharmaceutical products and medical supplies from renowned European companies on an exclusive basis in Lebanon as well as the region. I have started practicing my profession at the American University Hospital during the toughest period of the Civil War. Sorry? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I have started my career at the American University Hospital during the toughest period of the Civil War. And it was then that I have I developed the passion for making a difference in patients' lives. And it was then that I have decided to start my own company. And for this purpose, The portfolio of my company comprises products that are destined for critical as well as chronic diseases.
Thank you very much. Alors, je voudrais quand même qu'on parle du sujet d'actualité, que quand même la crise du Covid, puisqu'on parle de la santé. Et je me tourne vers vous, Laurence, pour discuter avec vous à la fois des leçons que vous avez pu en tirer.
I would like to talk about a very specific topic, which is a topic that is from nowadays. What has COVID done in terms of impact on women? I think that we will not have a lot of time to talk about it, but let's stay in the big lines. What gets in my mind when I talk about COVID and this crisis is that it transformed, and it is important to see the possibility of changes. Of course, we have been talking about the leadership, female leadership, and the changes and resilience are strong points that we have to have when you're a woman. And I have felt it in the crisis. We have all felt it at different levels. Of course, we think about the nurses and the hospitals that found solutions from day and night, and they were invisible and they became visible. One day we've been told that everyone had to do home office, and then we spent our whole days and to try to think of how we can do in order not to have a burnout. So the world of health could change and needs it really to change. So I'm really interested to have your point of view, because thanks to studies, and we need to cure patients, so many people and so many topics that we don't talk about. We can see that in companies it is more difficult, and the hospital really need to continue to take care of those patients.
The population is increasing, is getting old as well, so it's really a current subject that is very important and needs to find solutions. We have to recruit nurses, but when you see the rate on the unemployment, it's not about to happen. So this pandemic crisis show us that we had to dare, and that women had to be take part, and daring is for women but also for young people. Yeah, exactly. Historically, women in medicine were really in charge of care in a very domestic household vision, but it is visible in all aspects of society today. So what's your experience in the context of the COVID and also in the relationship between men and women, and as regards to research? I want to start saying that we really were afraid. The first feeling was fear during the crisis, being afraid of having to manage a virus we don't know, an illness we don't know, treating people with pills that is not tested. So first of all, the fear, and then resilience, which is a feminine characteristic, which helped us a lot to work during the crisis in urgent situations. And I want to talk about the stereotype of the Italian mama. Well, my son started to clean the house, to prepare meals, because I was working for 24 hours a day. We have an association made of rheumatologist women in Italy, and we saw what happened for women who had a rheumatologic illness and pain, and we could prove that the accessibility to care and the delay in diagnosis had a very more important impact for women than for men. Women were less taken care of than men, which is a real drama. because we have to be cured early in our illness to be sure that it won't last. Yeah, actually, I've heard a lot of interesting things as regards to precocious diagnosis, early diagnosis. In our territory, we have a lot of expert patients. I say expert patients. As regards to cancer, for example, we have a lot of women that are trying to improve common practices and to try to put a more human touch in this medicine and to own their pathology and try to educate patients. So we want to put more meaning in that, and also as regards to early diagnosis, we want to encourage, promote access to women so that they can have more information on cancer or other sicknesses. For example, a woman doesn't take care of her own health because she has to take care of the family. So we have to work with the woman concerned, but also the men of the neighborhoods. And this is the lesson learned during COVID. This is in the neighborhood that we have less information about health. As well as education, leisure, food. So as regards to addiction and the crisis that had a great impact on overload thinking. So as regards to health, mind health, mental health, whether small pathologies or big pathologies, a small depression or a big depression, we have to stand by those typologies. As women don't have the time to take care of their health, so they have a lot of health issues. And I'm thinking about women that are in a situation of precarity. So we had to wonder about how women have access and talk about mental health, how women can talk about that if they don't understand what's at stake and they don't have the information and they don't know how to talk to the doctor. So now we have to describe different sickness for women. We said that women have different sicknesses as regards to men. We have to know that in rheumatology, for example, we know that women have a location of the pain which is different from that of men. We know that depression is a comorbidity, mainly for women. And as well, we know that women respond less to different treatments. So we know better, and gender medicine has to be included in the education of doctors. So gender medicine and feminine pathology, this is will be the last topic, and it's really, really important. So. And then Sam.
Your impact on the health system. Can you share with us your experience, if you listen to me?
Well, naturally, what Lebanon has suffered actually was the economic crisis and the pandemic at the same time, which meant that the medications were not readily available for the country. And this was due to the fact that, first of all, suppliers on the side of Europe would rather keep their own medications for use locally, whereas we were supposed to receive not all the time whatever we need, maybe less. Now, at this stage also, what happened is that we are having subsidy which is being exercised by the central bank on the medications after the collapse of the currency. And this has paved the way for more restrictions on how much the amounts that are going to be imported into Lebanon, which left the patients actually suffering. And for this purpose, due to the subsidy, some of the suppliers opted to actually keep the medicine in their own warehouses, hoping that when the subsidy will be lifted, they will be capable of actually selling them at the higher price. Well, in this regard, this is something that we have not opted to do, of course, because our main focus was the patient. And for this purpose, we were all the time supplying at any time, because we were frontliners. Our warehouse people were all ready to supply the medications that the hospitals need. But up to this point, we are suffering from a great shortage of medications because of the collapse in the currency and the failure of the central bank to pay the dues to our suppliers from which we imported the products in order to save our patients. And this is really a situation which is becoming more and more dire. What we have noticed at this stage is that there was definitely a difference in the behavior between companies where you have women who are the driving force vis-a-vis men who were only focused on profit. And for this purpose, when subsidy was uplifted from certain medications, the hospitals started receiving medications with a shorter shelf life, which means that they were actually keeping them under lock until the subsidy is removed so that they can supply them to the market. So the observation was in this regard that there is really a difference between the way women behave vis-a-vis what men, behave in terms of what is the driver for them. Obviously, the driver for them is the profit, whereas what we have been doing is to actually avail the medications to the patients. At least our competitors have been safeguarding these medications in order to profit from when the subsidy is removed, they will be capable of making more profit.
Thank you very much, Hanan, to share with us your experience. Ce qui est intéressant dans ce témoignage, il y a deux choses.
So now we have seen the inequalities with this crisis in the Lebanon. We can see the consequences, and there is a question of the female leadership inside health professions. I would like, for the few minutes that we have left, I would like to talk about two different aspects. As the dean said, 25% of the medicine professors are women in the studies and the pathology, and also the women diseases are less studied, and the subject itself. So I would like each one of you in your specialties, could you tell me what you think about it? I would like to start with the solution. We need women at every floor. As we said before, we need women in doctors and the clinic researchers, which is very important. In the hospital and the industries, we need women in research, in the product conceptions. And my opinion, my strong opinion is when we take care of this problematic within the company, it's too late. Almost too late. Everything begins in the first 1,000 days, as we say. I think it is really realistic. I am someone who plea for partnership. For those who know me, I dared making private partnership with private companies. For me, it's solution. For some, it's bad word. But no matter what subject, we need diversity. And not only about gender, but also from our origins, our trainings. So it is a really interdisciplinarity and polyvalence with different people. When we put people together, if you put men together, they will find solutions for men. We need women at every floor. This is valid for health, for companies, and I would end saying that we talk often that men help women, but I'm very shocked by this sentence. I'm sure that Jean-Christophe agrees with me. Men should not help women. Maybe it's a scream from my heart, but men should not be helping women. Men should take their part in the household. And it is exactly the same in companies. I spent part of my life, professional life, to convince men, but now I act whenever I want, because this is who I am. And so I put my entrepreneur's shoes and I say what I want to say when I want to say it. And I think that this is where we can change things. And the company environment will be a very difficult environment to work with. For example, I spend a bad morning with men, for example, who would not listen to me, and I spend so much time trying to defend my point of view. And I think this is very important. Please, a lot of applause for her. Maria Sol, I was telling about the numbers. What about the situation in Italy? What do you think about the subject? So in Italy, it's even worse because we have 4 chiefs that are in the 20 chiefs that we have in the hospital, 4 of them are women. The rest are men. We have made a research on this topic, and women have medical parameters that are higher than men. What do you mean? I mean that we work better, we publish more and better, we do better researches, but men reach the high positions. I don't know how to explain this. Maybe it's historic. Medicine is nowadays a female discipline, but before it was not. Rheumatology, we have interns that are women. We have 1 man for 5 girls, so we hope that things will change because the system is maturing now, but before it was not like this. So we have a concentration of women nowadays which is higher than before. About the studies about pathology, about the study of pain that are strictly women pains, or about the pathology itself that are less studied. For example, we have talked about the endometriosis, the menopause, so all the subjects that we were talking with Laurence that are kind of taboo, and they are not the center of researches. And they concern 50% of the global population. So yeah, we are studying this, and to the access to care and to the use of medication for pain. In Italy, in the countryside, women use less medication than men. This is unbelievable because it is a work that we have to do inside the homes, inside the house. So it is unbelievable to say that. But as we said before, women have different diseases than men sometimes. So the women are suffering. This is not tolerable and acceptable. And also on the therapeutical approach and the contact that we have with the practitioners. Yes, of course, we have an impact on practitioners. We have to appropriate ourselves from this knowledge. 61% of students in medicine school are men. So you are the future, and so you have to continue working on health. It's all the working girls, not only in medicine, but all the working girls need to work together to improve the system. It gives hope that the profession in healthcare, apart from the doctor profession itself, has to be reevaluated, because the situation is terrible. Yes, and we talked about the forgotten professions. We were talking about the nurses, but let's talk about all the female professions that were undervalued. And when we have a crisis, we realize the situation. So I say, stop, that's it. It's enough. I know what I'm worth. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We could stay together for long hours, and we can see all the stakes, the important stakes about the pathology. We talked about a little bit about the technology aspects, the social, ethical aspects as well. And we want to plea for gender health. And when we have this gender health, then we would be in adequation with the woman needs and about the crisis that we have all lived. And thank you very much for everything you said about health. From me, I give you the information that we are organizing with La Tribune Africa online. Please follow us. We will organize a day for the African women and give the key for the future about the searchers. We will now talk about the mathematics and technology and research. Thank you.
Welcome if you're joining us just now in this event, Women for Future in Montpellier. This is the Mediterranean Women for Future, and we're going to talk about the ambition of women in the heart of the jobs of the future. So we have here a few pioneers, women committed in sectors to build the world of tomorrow, and have already started doing it. So you have built your company, the SBBD company, for cyber security. Then here's Ayumi Moroki. So you're the president and founder of a global NGO called Women in Tech. We're happy to have you here. So maybe you have a few proposals for us, and we're expecting 2 new speakers that will appear on the screen. And I hope you will have as much passion as us about the story of Karima Kerkoub, the founder of Philib. Thank you for being with us. So, Philib, we think, is it a job for the future, a profession for the future? Because you've decided to develop an application that allows handicapped people to find places where to go on holiday for short trips or long trips, because this didn't exist. How did you get this idea? First, I want to thank everybody to be here today. So I had to change the name. It used to be AccessLib, and now it's Philib. This idea came from the fact that it was hard for me to find an adapted place for my uncle and my aunt, who, because I live on the 3rd floor with only stairs without a lift. So this is where I started the idea of finding special travels for disabled people. So if we could have rapidly find places. And I was selected by the determined to do a business training. I didn't plan to do this training, but thanks to the help of that is right here in the room, she contacted me via networks, social networks. So I involved into this training. I wanted just to try and see. I thought I'm gonna develop this app, and since I followed this training, the Déterminé, this is where all my potential was revealed, all my leadership potential, and I launched this app. And this platform, it's opened doors for me, and also doors on myself as well. Yeah, and that's what I want to say. You didn't know you were able to lead a company, to lead a project, to develop it the way you're doing today, as well as being a mother of 5 children and raising them alone. Yeah, I'm single. So, how is it a profession for the future? Why do you feel it's something that can be duplicated in territories, different territories, and that can be brought somewhere else? Is this what is a job for the future? Yeah, what I create answers a lot of needs, and it gives a lot of strength, and maybe will help other women, women that are single or not single with children. Maybe they will feel like, if she can do that, I can do that as well. I want to start something. So I work with organisms that support women in leadership, but we don't have enough information about that. And there are a lot of golden woman that would be really good at leadership, but they don't even know themselves. So I am the laureate of the French Tech 2022 to 2002 and of France Active. So she checks a lot of boxes. Yeah, and actually, this fight, I'm going to say, because we're on the field, we are women, and we went through lots of difficulties. And this leadership gives us a lot more strength to continue to carry the project. We know that entrepreneurship is not easy. It has its ups and downs, but we know that we'll fight them the same way we fought some obstacles and difficulties in the past. And you're right, because behind each project, each company, each business, there is a personal history. This is also your case, Stephanie. So how did you, 2 years ago only, create your own cabinet? Why did you have this appetite for cybersecurity? So I just want to present Nasira and myself. We are part of the Association of Women of Cybersecurity. So I have two professions. So I was asked to come here as a businesswoman. I also have a project that is important with Nasira, the CEFCIS. So the CEFCIS is the Circle of Women in Cybersecurity, which is in Paris and has offices in the campus Cyberdéfense, like me, like my own offices, and also in the south of France. So as regards to me and my career, it is related to my experience and what I've lived. As a woman, a blonde woman in the cyber, it's really hard. Yeah, don't tell us that there are stereotypes. No. This is very important. It's not only in cyber, on the contrary, because I'm very well installed in the campus. I think it's in all areas that we have to review the role of women. I think it's cultural. It's not only targeted depending on the functions and jobs. Even if there was a regression in this job, because women had a bigger role in the 80s in computer science, and then women started to decrease. So I'm working for territorial collectivities to pilot projects, and I carried different projects until the end, and then I transmitted those projects to other people. So it was really aimed at focusing on quality. It was my choice.
I wanted to lead this project putting human being in the center. And we think when we talk about cybersecurity, we think that it's very difficult, but we don't see the human aspect. But it is here, and it is central. It is central in every project, in confidentiality, in quality. I am from psychological training, so our first quality is to be a human. We may have very secured tools. The problematic is always being a human, and we need to be responsible. So at a certain point, we need to accompany the human being in the development and realization with the tools of these digital. And Nasira has unbelievable values, and I think it is very important to have women who are there every day. And the idea is to accompany women in terms of cybersecurity. to have them have more competence and trust, the sensibilization and training in that area, because in the cyber area, women represent 11%. In digital, it's about 30%. I believe it's 27% and maybe 17% of coding area. So it's in cybersecurity is even lower, about 10%. So we really need to highlight the competence of women. Cybersecurity is an ensemble of organizational, human, juridical aspects. And we need to have all these aspects together in order to have good work. And at a certain point, we need to implement processes, tools of cybersecurity through other areas than high technology. Okay, it works well, but we need to create and build that wall altogether. We have also Hind Imad, who is the Vice President for Economic and Digital Development. We will talk to her right now in a few moments. But Ayumi Moroaki, you have founded a global NGO. There are 200,000 members. What gave you the will to create this movement? What gave you the idea to federate all these women, to have them and create women in tech? It's like my colleagues here. I think it's a life path. It's not waking up in the morning and thinking, what about this? No, I don't think it's not this. I grew up in South Africa during the apartheid. And I remember that by then, I had to learn how to cook, how to sew when we were in South Africa. And for sports, we didn't have the right to practice the same sport as boys. So I remember one of my friends, because I'm from Brazil, and we only have football, and well, there in South Africa, I could see that boys could, for example, do kayak. But it was not allowed for girls. And I was thinking, why? I don't think it's okay. I want to be on that boat. And we're very far from the high tech now. Yeah, of course we are. But this is where it started. And then 15 years ago, when I changed my career, I was the marketing director of my company, and I was not feeling happy. What can I do to change? And then I thought, well, I need to learn how to code. And this digital recognition allowed me to have a complete different life. I focused on my company. I had 2 children, then now I have 4. I wanted to grow my company. During my pregnancy, it was very difficult because I had to lay down for a few months, and I was very tired. And I thought, well, I need to federate women because women give me strength. And it was difficult to have women in technology by then. And it was difficult to have women in coding. But what I didn't know by then is that the gap that we had was growing for 40 years. And I got very shocked. I was very angry because it is good to talk, but what are the actions that are done in the field? So there were some initiatives that, like very ephemeral initiatives, people who would talk in conferences, but there were no reactions that is common to all of us and to all countries. No country has found the gender equality in the work and in technology. So it is a global problem, so we need to find global solutions. And I think that the power that we can do and the power that we have is bigger when we work together. So long story short, this is basically what happened with me, and to have my work recognized and to federate amazing men and women throughout the world. So we have amazing stories. You can applaud, really, because the great stories, always life path that make us act. And act is something that you also do, Hind Emad, inside of your country, because you're vice president for economic and digital development. Because the digital give you and give women the economic keys of what you try to hold today. So, hello everyone. Allow me first of all to say that I'm very sorry for not being physically present, because I really can feel the energy inside the room. I feel the energy there. Unfortunately, I can't participate physically, but I am very happy to be here with you distantly. So today we work inside the Metropole and the City Hall with a team that is very synonym of parity on the territory and on the economical development with tools such as digital tools. But it is a topic that is really represented in the companies by men. So there is a necessity as we are a collective institution, to really bring women inside the companies so that we can have more parity inside the companies. How do you do every day in the actions? Ayomi, before you were talking about a lot of words but less actions. So how do you do and to make actions happen? Sometimes we say that the women don't trust themselves, they don't dare. It's not something that is made for me. So is it something that you listen and you're here, and what do you do? So allow me to congratulate you for organizing events like this, to be able to talk about this topic and to show that the fear of the company on the field is real. And we have each time more have more parity inside the companies. So as a collectivity, we need to support the actions and the event, as La Tribune does in our society and inside our society. So allow me to add also that what we do every day is remind the companies that the commitment that they made towards women is real. The training is a competence from the region, Occitanie, so we need to sensibilize the companies to this, to the association also, who have a different parity. And the collège, the middle schools also, who are linked with the department to really make a mark with the professions, the ambitions, the role model for women and the partners that we work with. And partners who may have, most of the time, incredible paths. So we need to act at different level on the economic actors and the collectivities so that we can sensibilize. But unfortunately, my feeling is that it is not enough and that we need inside education from the very beginning, from very early age, in terms of digital tools, that we need to make people get conscious and be aware of this impotence of women for digital area, to break the models and break the stereotypes that are here since the early age of the children. So we want to highlight at a more regular basis the fact that women can have access to those professions, and this from the early age, giving tools with the television, with the computers. So there are several leverages that can be used. Today, the representation that women have of those professions is not realistic. So we want them to dream about those professions so that they can become a leverage as well about this area. And as you were saying this so well, women who work in this area have specific life path, and I am myself an entrepreneur in technology. And it is not something that comes from coincidence. It is something from a path of life. So some women don't have that and cannot have access to this area. And we need women representativity in this sector. And let women have their own space in this area so that we can be more united and have more equality and have more insistence and social instance inside their professional activity in our society. And it is our responsibility as in the region to act on all leverages for the women to have their places. Almost 85% of the women wouldn't dare to act on that. One idea I may have is that we could have, for example, one day in the middle school every year where we could show an high-tech profession to the middle school students, for example, to have them sensibilized. Yeah, this is a very, very good idea, and I will take this idea and insist. And I could see in the room here people saying, yes, this is exactly what we have to do. Education, this is what it goes through. We need to change the numbers. We want to change the numbers for the next generations to come. So this is where we have to act. It is a relay on education to be able to transmit and convey the message that the women who want to go in this area should think, yes, this area is made for me, and change the stereotypes. And for the profession that we say about STEM, do you know what our STEM is?
No, they don't really know what is STEM, but teachers and parents don't really know as well. We have also to educate teachers that are educating our children. So yeah, education is of the essence, but it's not only about education at school. Our lifespan is really long today, and we can all change profession during our careers. We all have around 7 careers in our lives, so we always have time to change and go to technology. So I'm 50 and I still can change my profession. So we also can follow training all along our lives and go into technology profession. So the most unexploited area in tech is women. Yeah, what we call the pipeline, we need to have more women and girls in those professions. It would be great, but we have to retain them because we have to know that 50% of them leave technology because they find the environment is not made for them and not welcoming. So we have to change the mindsets at different levels. It's not only education, of course, it would be easy, but it's also cultural standards, also stereotypes, and also how the environment can host those women and provide a diversified environment. So yeah, it's really important leverage. So with Nasira, you have the will to create, the intention to create a label. Yeah, this is a big announcement. Yeah, it's a secret. But we're between ourselves, so that's okay. Yeah, I thought it was a place where to talk about that because this region is my region. I did the sports European Games, the first one hosted in this in the region, and I used to be in this university not a long time ago. So it reminds me of a lot of events in my life. So in terms of the sensibilization of young people to digital. Digital is today the tool of all our lives, all the professions. Man is in the center of interest, but this tool is the unique tool for all the people here, whether in trade, in tourism. All we could talk about today is related to digital. So the idea of our association is to support from children to teachers at university and any public to the awareness about digital, because this digital tool is in any area, it has risks in terms of impact on people. We were talking about addiction before, impact on anyway in every area. So maybe we are not conscious about that, but it's really important to say it. And there is a psychological aspect that is very important and that we cannot see now. So I tend to globalize and talk in a transversal way, but in any project you have tech. Whatever the project is, if you don't consider the human being, we don't progress. If we don't co-build, we don't progress. And we don't go further. Yeah, you can applaud her because I know that it's really important for her to be here. So the idea of starting from the human being is not new. I have 15 years of experience on the field. A lot of projects that talk about politics, social and tech, and about confidentiality and progress. So the idea is to replace the problematics of the tech as much as we consider human being. It's a management tool. Earlier you said if tomorrow there is an issue and data are stolen, for example, on your driving license, if it is stolen, you will have to pass it again. Yeah, it has a terrible impact if the tool is not controlled, if we don't put support and education and training on the tool. Tool is amazing and it can do great things in terms of health. It's really amazing, but it also have a bad impact, and this has to be taken into consideration when I take someone into an ambulance. If the person has to go to a hospital, for example, if it is too long, the person may die. Same for your example of the driving license. If the tool is automated, that processes people data, it has a very huge impact. So ethics really need to be put in the heart of the tech and on those topics that go through companies today. So Karima, do you feel like when we talk about jobs of the future, well, an app is also tech in it, and there is also human aspects in this app. So how are you going to develop what you're doing today and try to share with the women around you? He said, I paved the way, and today they understand and realize that they can do. So maybe new professions will appear. Yeah, totally. So it would be, for example, on the 8th of March, I organized the Feminine Entrepreneurship Forum in La Mousson, which is a neighborhood in Montpellier. So thank you for the team to let me host this event, organize it, because today we have women and mothers that get social help, and this would help them become entrepreneur and business women. So when they see me launch my application and my platform, maybe it will give them the openness and the light to realize that they also can structure what they already have via a website or an application. Some women work from home and they don't know that they can just implement that with a simple application and be helped by structures. So entrepreneurship is open to everybody, to all women, whether no matter where they come from, where they live. Also for women who live something difficult, a divorce, or women who are still have their companion. So it's important that they realize that they can create their own profession, their own employment, create an app, and all this through tech. So you mean through tech? You mean tech is a tool, it's a vector to pass messages and other things. IOMI. We're talking about the jobs of the future. So these are jobs that already exist, and we are gonna take another angle to approach them.
For problematics that do not exist yet. So we have a huge possibility. Everything is to be done. And as we said before, 85% of the future employments that do not exist. And what will it be like? We don't know. But the Web3, for example, is about blockchain, FT, the metaverse. So we are building now a new world, and this is very exciting. We have so many possibilities to include women from the creations of the companies, and the idea of not being left behind, as this has happened for the digital transition since the 80s. So I am calling every woman that are interested in digital area. Most of us don't know what it is, but we do. We organize workshops, we have master classes, webinars, where we try to teach women how to dare to go and work with crypto money, for example. What is an NFT, to have a wallet. And so it is a parallel world that is being created today, and that gives a lot of possibilities. And it is good and important to know what it is and to know what are the possibilities and the opportunities. And Emad, all these ideas, the blockchains, metaverse, crypto money, what do you think about it? Do you think that we should take the train and jump inside this train? Because it is possible. It is possible that women dare to work with high-tech. The social network work with this, of course. It is something that it needs to be used, of course. We need women to work with webinars and trainings in order to have knowledge and know-how on this area. And dare to work with this area. Today, we know that everything that goes viral attracts people, whether they're boys or girls. So sometimes we have some cliches that exist and that we have to break about the impossibility to have a family life and high-tech life. So we need to work with these new technologies to allow women to go faster on the transformation, on the behavior or ambitions of the young girls in the future. If we had asked you a few years ago, we will do 6, 7, 8 different professions. If we had asked you a few years ago when you were young this, like you said before, that you had the broom in your hands and you were how would you have reacted? And by then I didn't even have a computer at home, so I wouldn't have believed you. So first I worked in the hotel, and then I got my computer and created my own company and in NGOs. I have just concluded 2 training in NFTs, so we will see what the future brings. But it is possible. This is what you mean. Yes, of course. Education, yes, but training also. We need the education, and we need to learn throughout life. We need to have the education when we are young, but when we found our passion, it is extraordinary to live from our passion, and if we can make a life out of it, it is very good. To go back to school, is it possible? Do you think it is possible to learn throughout your life new jobs? Yes. To have certain credibility, it is necessary to have trainings. It gives us the idea that we can have different lives, to have the passion of and the love of what we do. It is also what you show us, Karima, with your experience, with what you did. And this movement that is transmitted throughout the women's and that conveys really all the women. And do you know any women that, thanks to you, created some projects? Yes, I do know, yes. I have often messages that are addressed to me through my LinkedIn, because I share many articles in my LinkedIn, and I have some people that send me messages because I know that when I share messages, it is for the woman to understand that if I could do it, then they can do it. And if they have any question, they can come to me. Sometimes I have women that send me messages and ask me questions, and I answer their question, and I tell them what to do, where to go. And also men send me messages to congratulate me also. And men ask me and tell me, I want to do entrepreneurship, I want to work and do as you did. So this makes me happy because I attract women and I attract mothers and I attract men. So I succeeded in telling people that everything is possible for all of us. Is that even if you have children, you can do it, you can be an entrepreneur. So I think that we could not end better than this message. So thank you very much to all of you to have been here with us and talk about the future professions. Thank you to all. Nassira would like to ask a question. We're going to give you a mic. The train was late. I'm very sorry I could not be present today. I just wanted to say something very important. Come here on stage. Come sit here, please. Don't be afraid. It's just us. It's gonna be good. Please sit next to Stephanie. So since 7 in the morning, I am in train stations. Sit, please, because otherwise we can't see you on the camera. Please sit with us and share your ideas. So I was saying that I am in train stations since 7 in the morning, but I'm here finally. I just wanted to answer your questions about the future jobs. And I wanted to complete what Stephanie said. You have to know that cybersecurity is an area which is not very known and it is badly judged. Because we have the idea that it's only boys with hooded sweat shirts. So look, this is my book about cybersecurity. So I am a woman and I work in this area. Nasira, you told me a story once. You told me that I come to conferences and talk to cybersecurity, and people come, and once a dad came with his daughter, and his daughter had a question, and the dad said, "No, come on, baby, it's not for you. Cybersecurity is only for boys." So I answered, "Come on, I'm not a boy, and I work with cybersecurity, so she can ask her questions." And cybersecurity is a profession for boys and girls. I had to handle 5 cybers over the years. We need women and men. I won't be talking about the stereotypes in the female, but the instinct, the women instinct, is very important. And in my teams, I know where the problem is, because I work in a big company. We have 1,500 servers. Working together, we have 70,000 employees. So I'm a bit schizo, but it is very important to know this, because we need technique, we need competences in communication, we need competences in management of crisis, but we also need instinct, from women instinct. I won't be speaking so much about it, but it is an area which is very rich, and we need women. The actual stake, because of COVID, home office, with the companies who got to save their companies and business thanks to home office. So of course we're talking about cyber's risks when we talk about it, because the digital system is like a castle, but now it is broken. This castle is broken. So we have open servers everywhere to help home office. So with home office, we got to save the digital area also. There are so many cyber attacks and cyber crises over the last months. For example, there has been a person who died because of a cyber attack. They had to transfer the ill people in the hospital because of a cyber attack, and one of them unfortunately died. So one of the stakes is about sovereignty. And so it is very important to talk about it. We can see it with the war that we have in Europe at the moment. The war is also not only on the field, but also on the digital systems. So there are professions that are open not only to men, but also to women, that are technical, yes, but women can bring their sensibility, their professions that exist to protect people, to protect companies, to protect everyone. So I published 2 years ago this book. It is a guide of the new employment. in cyber area to protect, to observe, to check, to intervene in terms of attacks. So there are so many professions in cyber security, and we have difficulties to recruit people. So the second part of my book is about the trainings that exist to train yourself in order to work with these professions. It is not only for young students, but it also for women that wants to change their profession. For example, a woman who's 45, can I work with cybersecurity? Yes, of course you can. So we have portraits of several women in this book who talk about their jobs in cybersecurity. So ladies, go, dare, work with cybersecurity. There are jobs that are so incredible, and I'm so passionate about my profession. Yes, we can hear that you're passionate about it, and you give us the will to change our profession and to work with the cybersecurity. It is passioning, and you work with cybersecurity in the government. So thank you very much for your passion and to share your passion with us.
So, Madame the Regional Councillor, it's this time to conclude with Kira Kratza. I just want to talk to you all women and to conclude because I have to leave and take a Transavia flight. I want to say this is from the light this is from Woman That Light Comes, which is a sentence from Luis Aragon. Thank you for your energy and your commitment. Good afternoon. Yeah, there was a lot of energy today, and you showed for those 2 days that everything is possible. We can be there. We can be determined. We can be proud. We can be courageous, and share beautiful experiences. So, Madame the Councillor, I'm going to leave with a lot of ideas, of initiatives. I've found a lot of inspiring testimonies, and I feel like everybody did here. And I feel like women can make life beautiful and enchanted, and we are able to build the future together. And we are more than ever competent, skilled, brilliant, And we can talk about intelligence, artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, the professions of the future, how we can bring our contribution to fight efficiently against climate change, how the energy of women can prepare tomorrow's energy, the energy we need with the lack of resources, how women can in a concerted way work together better and improve access to health, in particular here in Mediterranean, and also that strength of women can be an asset for a more sustainable world. And also we saw how talents from women can inspire new talents, and all this inside the walls of one of the most ancient universities of the world, which made us want to build all this together. And Mediterranean forged our past and gave our common appearance. You are brown, I am blonde, but we both come from Mediterranean, so we are surely cousins. We've lived a past together, a history. We founded a history, created a future, and it will help us create a new future. So I want to share with you all. I'm happy to share with you all those great moments of creativity. So in this region that hosted us so greatly, ladies, didn't we feel home yesterday in this region of Montpellier? Don't you want to come back again in this region of Occitania, whose president was Madame Delgado this morning and yesterday? The mayor made us feel like this is a place for us, made for us. So you are a powerful elected member. You are at the Commission of External Affairs, Foreign Affairs. So in your work, how can you concentrate all those ideas so that we can work together from here, Occitania, who has always enlightened Mediterranean. This is huge and complicated, but also simple. We said a lot of things. Our region is very happy to contribute to this event, which is essential. It's essential to remember those principles and those basic things. Do we still need to remember that women can do everything? I mean, I think we have to stop saying, oh, no, this is not for me. This sentence should disappear totally. We have to end up asking ourselves these questions and watch ourselves humbly and thinking we are not able to do this thing or that thing. This must be remain in the past. So after those 2 days of work in Women for the Future, well, future is today, is not far away. Every day, what you do in your own sectors, health, business, politics. As we said, women, I like this expression, caregiver. We are caregivers, so we are here for transmission, to transmit for care as well. And our role is of the essence. It's usually invisible. But we have to want it, and we also have all this responsibility. So how do we manage that in Occitania as a symbol? And symbols are really important. You were there this morning. The president of the region is a woman. The vice president is also a woman. And me, who is the president of the Foreign Affairs Commission, I am a woman, so I think the three of us can manage to do something. So international strategy is being elaborated. It will be voted in November based on a very large consultation. We were able to gather a lot of people coming from very different sectors, universities, associations, businesses, because business is very important. We could create a roadmap for that, and we have a few ideas which are really important at the level of the region, because this Mediterranean Sea and area has a big role to play, and Occitania has a huge role to play. When we talk about this, the Mediterranean region, it's usually to talk about sad histories. Yeah, you're right. It's really the stake of the Women of the Future of this year. The role of the Mediterranean area played in the past, in the history, building of history, art, music, democracy, and values. But beyond that, we saw that it's a concentration of issues. So it's why it's really interesting to gather here. And this edition is really exceptional because we have representatives of all the 21 countries of the Mediterranean area. We had experts, ministers, businessmen, businesswomen, startups, experts, a melting pot of knowledge and know how to do things together, how to make this region that was the source of what we can do now to be a living lab where we can invent a common future. We can take what everyone does best to learn and to share. And we insist on the necessity of the role of women. And of course, not, once more, not as victims. Those texts which are really important in the Mediterranean Sea are climate change. We can see the drought in the cities, weather issues. We've never known such a concentration of issues related to climate change, and women have a role to play. As regards to politics, the COP27 is being prepared. It will be hosted in Egypt, and we are a passionate panel to say that feminist diplomacy has to invest the resources through states and through the development to ensure that the money that is existing can help create and support those projects, how to focus, concentrate this money so that it has an impact on the climate, but also so that women benefit from it as much as men.
And that you can bring your knowledge and your competences in your missions. And maybe we can give example of other countries you work with. There are some conditions that happen. We're here to talk about the Mediterranean area. It is essential today, but do the inhabitants of all the country feel Mediterraneans? Do we have an identity, the Mediterranean identity? We don't have the right to circulate from shore to the other. So it is a question that we ask. I am the president of the association Arabesque, and until the last minute, we have to cancel some shows because some artists don't have their visa to come and make their show in the festival, Arabesque. So there is a question that we have to ask, and we have a problematic there. We need to talk about the freedom inside this Mediterranean area. And if we talk about the Occitania region, we need to talk about the fact that the inhabitants of our region, Occitania, did not feel Occitanian, let's say, because it is a very recent region. So today, the inhabitants, I believe, and I'm very sure to say that I believe the inhabitants, they today feel inhabitants of the Occitanian region, because we have worked on this identity of Occitania. So I think that we have to work on this and to highlight everything that happens in the Mediterranean area. On the actors, political actors, associative actors, companies, we really need to work on this and to affirm this identity. So you give me a huge opportunity now to thank La Tribune and Jean-Christophe Tortora and all the team, the wonderful team that highlight the necessity of this dialogue on the Mediterranean. The La Tribune does this job very, very well done. We have a very strong communication on the social media, but also on paper in La Tribune and in La Tribune France, but also La Tribune Africa and all the local publications. And this gives us hope. We are not alone in Algeria, alone in Tunisia, alone in Lebanon or in Egypt. We can help ourselves. We can use mutual aid. And we have also different types of medias that convey this idea of working together. For example, we have La Rai, the Rai, which is the Italian TV channel, and they also work with the communication all over Europe. So we need to strengthen these relationships, because we become more tolerant doing so. We have a common culture despite our differences. We have common roots despite our differences. And in order to avoid highlighting inequalities and poverties that are sources of crisis and wars, and of course, difficult human situations, it is important that these kind of forums happen. And I really, really want to thank you to La Tribune for having me as associate. And we will go home today, as I said before, with more hope, with more trust. Because once more, we know that we're not alone, that behind us there is the social power, the public powers. Because we know that if we are listened, then we will act. So you have a huge responsibility, but I know that you also give much hope to all the people who came today from France and from all the other 21 countries. So this idea of identity is getting reinforced by this event. There is also a topic in France, and the feminism should not oppose to this. But we have said, and people have said, that men are bad. But no, it's not about it. We should not oppose men to women. I will give you an example. Sometimes I meet certain women who cannot identify themselves in the feminism because they have different beliefs, traditions that are different. And they don't want to lose energy with those questions. And how can I say? Sometimes the fights we have are not their fights. Some women are very comfortable with what they are. So, for example, the fight for the income, for the access to care. Sometimes when I listen to gender medicine, I'm being shocked. I get shocked because the gap that we have is huge. So I think that if some issues were from men concerns, these issues would be like, we would have solutions for a long time now. So we have evolution to do on the freedom of circulation, the freedom of receiving the same salary. So if everyone in their own country fights their fight, then we can do it. The transition, ecological transition, is part of it, for example. I believe in the power of women. I believe in the power of transition between the oldest generation and the youngest generation. All of this is very important, and we believe in the right. I believe that we are ready to reach those challenges from what I see here and in my everyday life, of course. And I believe that the other thing that is that highlights from these 2 days that we've spent together is that the role of women is determined not only in sector, we say women's sectors, but also in all sectors, because they put something which is different in those sectors. You were talking about the income equality. The idea is to have access to the same education, same expertise, same advantages. We talked a lot about the jobs of the futures that are the keys for transformation. As I always say, when you want to build a bridge, you call an engineer. You don't see if it's a man or a woman, you just want the best. But if you look at the list of engineers, then you see that most of them are men. So we can have the power to create the strategies, to implement, the power to change things, because these employment of the futures, we have to create them. So this is where the talent of women is extremely important. We have to invent this tomorrow world and make sure that the women have access to the resources, to the school, have access to the technologies, the finances, as men do, to have the same opportunity, and I insist on the term of opportunity, it is only fair that they can have the same opportunities. But if we don't have the key in our hands, then we won't be able to explode and to do what we can do. And the idea, if you all agree, it is sad to say goodbye after having shared so many things about solidarity, friendship, this trust that we have all with one another throughout the Mediterranean Sea, even if we didn't know each other and one another before. But I would like you to share some ideas that we had. I would like to share with you the best practices and, for example, to stay in touch, create a network for the women from the Mediterranean that continue to talk, to share ideas. And we would like to create a platform where we can continue sharing our difficulties, our goals, and to make sure that together we can work together. And what do you think about it? What do you think? Well, I think that the medias have their place in this progression. So I completely agree with this idea. And this could allow to identify this place which carries so many values. We say that there is incredible inheritance that can create so many beautiful things. So yes, let's create a network. On the practical aspect, then we can work on it, of course, this is no problem, but I would like to leave this conference with a practical challenge. We have had some amazing guests on the civil or private areas. So I think that everyone has to participate. So let's do it. Yes, let's do it all together. Create this network with Sophie. Please, Sophie, come up here. Can I just add something, please? So I was born feminist without knowing it. I realized it later. But it's not a fight men against women. And sometimes we can make people afraid of us, but it is inclusive fight. It's not men against women. So here in Montpellier, with Fadila and Sophie, we will launch this Mediterranean Women's Network. And please put your ideas on it. And let's meet next year. And to share what we had on this platform. And just a few words before we finish.
Yeah, thank you for being here and sharing during this beautiful day. I want you to applaud very strongly. I want to thank her. Yeah, you. And tell her, well, we had lunch together in January. I asked to have lunch with Chiara. We had a wonderful time. You see who is Chiara Corazza. And then I told her, Chiara, we have a lot of projects at La Tribune, and I want to carry this movement, Women for Future. I need you to come with us. As she said, yes, immediately. And I'm really proud of working with her. Please applaud her. My cheeks are getting red. Yeah, because even if I am 63, I don't know how to do. I can't do anything, but I can get the positive energy of people to work together and carry beautiful projects. So you are the ones who are doing on this and who answered yes for this call to come here and work together, and struggled a lot because it was not easy to travel between the vaccines and viruses and transportation, etc. You are all here despite the difficulties because you believe in it. So you are the heroines today. And in this beautiful region. Thank you very much to Sophie and to the Tribune. It's really something that can be done only by La Tribune, and I can say that because I've done a lot of national events, international events. Thank you very much, all of you, and thank you again. So the last word, and then you're free. We'll continue, of course, to work on those topics. This is the commitment of La Tribune, commitment on diversity, inclusion in general. And yeah, we're going to have a drink, of course. So let's meet again. This movement is inclusive. We need your experiences, your testimonies, your energy. So I'm here at your disposal each time you need it. And we are meeting you with Delphine Chen, the president of La Tribune Afrique, who will host a great event on the 31st of July about women, African women, for the occasion of the International African Women Day. So you can see it on La Tribune Afrique and latribune.fr. And this topic is African women in tech, so how they can help traditional industries in which women are the majority, and how can there be more women in the professions of tech in Africa. So let's meet on the 31st of July. Thank you again. I just have one word to say from Mahatma Gandhi. Our will be to create unity in diversity, it will be the test and the beauty of our civilization. Thank you.